We'll go ahead and call the Thursday, March 12th, Cumberland County Board of Commissioners regular agenda session to order. I want to welcome everybody here. I think we've got to start doing the meetings at 1:30 because the room's full, or just keep a full agenda. Again, want to welcome everyone here. Also, just want to take a moment and please remember, as we've got members from our community that are potentially in harm's way with what's happening overseas right now. Just keep them, their families, as well as members across the military in your thoughts and prayers today. So just want to take a moment to recognize them. At this time, we'll go ahead and move to the invocation, and I'll ask Vice Chairman Jones to give us the invocation and the pledge.
All those that can, please stand at this time. Heavenly Father, we just thank you. We thank you for this day. We thank you for allowing us the opportunity to serve as leaders to make decisions that we know will impact all of those in our community. God, we ask that this meeting be done in decency and order, and that we will be mindful of all those that we make these decisions for. Lord Jesus, we ask that you lift up our soldiers, of those that are near and far, as we are adjacent to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, all of our first responders, as well of those that are sick and that are in need of healing. Lord, again, we just thank you for the opportunity to serve for our community. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we move to the presentations, just want to recognize our good sheriff, Sheriff Morgan. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your presence. Also, as I always do, want to recognize former elected officials. We've got former Representative Elmer Floyd is with us today. See former Commissioner Charles Evans. And I also want to recognize, and it's a personal privilege to do it, or it's a chairman position to do it. I want to recognize Ms. Sheila Cuffey as well. She's the presumptive commissioner for District 1 based on Tuesday's primary election. So I want to welcome her to this meeting, not that she's a stranger. At this time, we'll go ahead and move to the presentations. County Manager Greer, I believe you were going to add the bond financing information to the top.
Yes, yes, Chairman Devier. Today we will add a bond financing presentation. In the previous meeting, Commissioner Adams requested some additional information on the types of bonds that you can issue in the state of North Carolina. Doug Carter with Doug Carter and Associates is here to present that information, and then we'll go through the presentation. We have one presentation that we will pull, will be the data center ordinance update, and then we'll also add a item for under presentation under joint 911 manager's recommendation. So Doug, if you would come up, and Doug will present this item and answer any questions you may have.
Doug, good to see you in person and not on a little screen.
Is this the first time?
No?
No.
Last time we were on a little screen. So it's good to see you.
Is it this one?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the County Commission, Mr. Manager, new commissioners, and others, we're glad you're here. I'm going to go through this conversationally. Obviously, ask me anything you want to know as we go. Oops. Which one do I hit? Oh, there it is, right one. Today I'm here to talk to you about what the statutes provide for the types of debt that can be issued in North Carolina. There are a couple that I did not list that I'm going to interweave in the discussion, really so you can see it for space of time. First and foremost, and I think the title that most of us know as we think about bond issuance are called GOs. And GO bonds are a very unique type of bond throughout the country. Virtually everybody, every state issues general obligation bonds. What makes a general obligation bond very different than others is that it pledges the unlimited taxing power of the county to repay that debt. Now, we currently know that in North Carolina statutes we have a $1.50 limit on the tax rate that can be levied. But that 150 does not constrain debt service levy. So our current statutes say that you can pledge the unlimited taxing power. That's why they're so generally highly rated and so highly perceived in marketplaces. What makes us virtually different than everywhere else in the country, and perhaps totally different than everyone else, is the LGC, for the people in the room, the Local Government Commission. It was formed during the Great Depression when the city of Asheville declared bankruptcy. The legislature provided for a local government commission, and they've operated ever since. By North Carolina law, the state treasurer, who's head of the commission, can write you a letter and levy your tax to pay debt service. So it's an absolute payment obligation. It is generally the highest credit quality. I can't imagine any other higher credit quality. And so it generally gives you the lowest interest rate because of that highest credit quality. In the past, the county has issued general obligation bonds and still has some outstanding. And I know there's been other discussions now to look at them again and think about general obligation bonds. The other bond type is called a limited obligation bond. It is known as LOBs. I often make fun of that, but I won't. The LOB is a certificate. You own a bond that gives you an interest in a piece of collateral that is pledged under what the statute's called an installment payment obligation. And so essentially, if we constructed a new courthouse and issued limited obligation bonds, the holders of those bonds would have an interest of ownership in that asset if you don't pay the debt service. It's yours until then. And of course, you will always pay your debt service. So that is an asset-based financing. You've issued those before. There are others that are currently being anticipated. It is also of a very high credit quality. It's generally rated one step below a GO. So let me define step. Let's say you have a AA credit rating, which is very high. Your LOB would not naturally or normally be priced or rated as a AA minus. So one step. I thought I would just give you a current market feel for where the difference between these two bonds are. Currently, the difference in cost between a GO and a limited obligation bonds is about 25 basis points or 0.25%. You are highly rated in the county, so you would likely be a bit less. The difference, as interest rates rise, the spread between the two goes up. As interest rates fall, they tend to come closer together. Okay? Now, I want to mention between these two, something I decided not to put here, but I know has been discussed in many instances of late, is what is called a tax increment bond. Tax increment bonds are not largely issued in North Carolina because the statutes are not broad for the issuance of tax increments bonds. But what it is if you establish a tax increment district, any growth in taxes in that district are pledged to pay debt service on the bonds. And so they're not largely used in our state. I don't know of many, if any, that are currently outstanding, but it's somewhere a bridge between these two kinds of things. Okay? Now, the third kind of bond that can be issued is called a revenue bond, or REVs. Now, I'm going to use a water and sewer fund as an example because y'all have a water and sewer utility. Up until about 30 or 40 years ago, there were very few revenue bonds issued in North Carolina. Almost everything was a voted GO. And then a number of cities and counties that had water and sewer enterprises, airport enterprises, stormwater enterprises, other enterprises of that kind went to a revenue bond structure. because it didn't pledge the unlimited taxing power. It essentially pledged the revenues that come from the ratepayers, the people who enjoy a benefit, a water and sewer benefit off of a water and sewer fund. Revenue bonds, and I'm going to tell you in a minute some of the statutory things about them. I'm just talking about them in general now. Revenue bonds are, the important thing about a revenue bond is something that's called debt service coverage. I'm going to explain it and then we're going to take a test a little later, so keep this in mind. In a revenue bond, you got revenues. You must pay operations first, right, because you don't want the enterprise to shut down. And then the net revenues are left after you pay operating cost is a number. That number has to be a coverage calculation above the debt service. So essentially you must produce, and this is all sort of ranges, net revenues that are at least 1.2 times the debt service. So you don't just produce it dollar for dollar, you've got to have a cushion, okay? So that coverage calculation is very important in how we look at revenue bonds in North Carolina. There are very few AAA rated water and sewer revenue bonds. The city of Charlotte and the city of Raleigh have them, and their rates produce 2 times coverage. So the question is, what do you do with that extra debt service, right? You put it in the PAYGO program and borrow less. So money is always dollars, and the efficient use of the amount over one time is really a way to manage the capital program so that everything is not borrowed, okay? Okay, the last category, and I started not to put it on here, but I had to, is called special obligation bonds, or SOBs. Now I'm going to say this real quick. I'll sort of define it for you and just say counties basically don't issue them, okay? Under North Carolina statutes, a special obligation bond can pledge a tax or user fee that you do not levy, okay? Well, basically the county levies sales taxes, generally levies occupancy taxes, things of that nature, whereas a city is a partner in the sales tax that you levy, and the city can issue special obligation bonds pledging sales tax, okay? Unfortunately, because the county levies everything, you really don't have capacity. The other nuance that is unusual to North Carolina is you can only issue special obligation bonds for a project that's being constructed in a municipal service district, an MSD. Counties tend to not have MSDs and cities do. So this is the MSD coupled with the fact that you levy all the revenues kind of leaves you out of the equation. Okay? Now let's talk a little bit about requirements of these bonds and the structure of these bonds, okay? To issue GO bonds, you must vote them, except for what is known as the 2/3 exception. Let me talk about voting first, and then we'll talk about the 2/3 exception. The vote process over the years in North Carolina has changed a great deal. Currently, when you vote these bonds, you must vote them on an election for which every precinct in this county votes. In the old days, before this was changed in the statute, people would schedule bond votes anytime that there was a vote. Now you're only able to do it when you have a countywide election, including all of the precincts inside the county. So for counties, that tends to be even years. This year, 28, so forth and so on. You must vote these bonds based on specific purposes. You can't say we're going to issue $10 million in bonds and we're going to spend it on anything we want to. Doesn't work that way. So your bond lawyer will take you through the process of saying what purposes you set forth for the issuance of bond. Some examples would be public schools, roads if you're a city, public housing, community college. Those are the kind of purposes that you typically see. You do not have to vote an individual school as an example. You would vote for secondary schools, okay? Okay.
Forgot about it.
I'm paying attention. So anyway, under the new statute, we must, when we vote now, we must tell the voter how much taxes will be raised, and that has to be equated based upon $100,000 in value, so that the taxpayer is able to say, my property's worth $100,000, multiply it times the tax rate equivalent. So it's a new vote on that. These bonds are typically structured on a 20-year basis, 20-year amortization. They are level principal and interest, so you have declining debt service. It doesn't look like a mortgage that's the same debt service across the board. LOBs, there is no public, let me say 2/3. The statute allows you in any year, once you've completed the fiscal year, to issue bonds equivalent to 2/3 of the amount that you paid down in the previous year. This is not used a lot. Bigger entities with more debt service sometimes do it, okay? That's the only way you can do a non-voted GO bond, okay? 20-year maturity. LOBs, no public vote is required. A public hearing is required, and there are at least 2 other actions by the county commission that must be done, and of course the local government commission must approve all of them. That is typically also a 20-year term of level debt service, and so what happens with the 20-year term at not level debt service, at declining debt service, it builds additional capacity. As you pay off debt, you create capacity because it declines. It doesn't stay level, okay? Revenue bond debt, there is no vote or public hearing required. There are documents and at least 2 actions by the county that would be required to do this. And the documents are pretty extensive and set forth parameters and actions you must take. As an example, if you issue water and sewer revenue bonds, every year you must set rates based upon a criteria. It's generally debt service plus 20%, plus at 120. So the statute requires you to set rates to pay the operations and debt service, and requires you, if you do not believe that you're going to meet that, to change rates in the middle of the year. So you have to constantly monitor what goes on there. These are typically issued as 30 years. They may be less of 30 years, and they are basically a mortgage amortization. They're level principal and interest. Okay? The view of that level principal and interest is because you're spreading it to the ratepayer, you spread it on an equal basis. Okay? And then finally, SOBs. You don't do them, so I won't talk about structure. Questions?
Is that your last slide?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you for your presentation. My question is in regards, I don't see it up there, but qualified public educational facility bonds that have for projects in regards to infrastructure and no doubt school projects. Are you familiar with that, or can you let our listening audience know, or would that fall under one of these?
Those are kinds of bonds that the federal government allows you to issue, but they fall under one of these modes.
Okay.
This is the mode of the debt. That's the type of the debt. And generally when that is done, they will give you special tax write-offs on the federal side or some. There are a number of those. There are the education bonds. There are WIFIA bonds, which work for water and sewer. There are TIFIA bonds that are for transportation. But those are federal tax incentives to issue these bonds. And you would probably, in most cases, it would be one of these two, but likely a lot.
Okay, and some of those are correct, tax exempt when it comes to the qualified public educational facility
Yes.
bonds, is that not
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, let me say this, and I didn't put it in here. Most bonds that are issued in North Carolina are issued as tax exempt
Okay,
because there are tax exempt purposes. Public education, public transportation, public utilities. There are a number of bonds that are issued as taxable, not a great number. A prime example, and many cities do this, I haven't looked at Fayetteville, but I would think, you issue housing bonds to provide for housing, and most of those are now issued in a taxable form because those bond proceeds are used to go in partnership with developers to build housing.
and they would fall under either GOS or the LOBs, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Give you an example, I live in Charlotte, it's my home city, I love it. We vote every other year, 100 million of voter housing bonds. Those are all GOs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And to be proud of my city, they're always voted yes.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that good presentation that you gave
Yes,
us.
sir.
I know as we're working through our models that you work with us on and setting those priorities,
Yes, sir.
especially coming into the budget season, we've got a lot on our plate, as you know. Looking at some of the specific debt that we're looking to take out, we're going to be talking today about our crown modernization for
Yes, sir.
our theater and our arena.
Yes, sir.
As we go through that process, which vehicle and which mode would best fit some of these categories? Can you just touch on that a little bit?
Oh, sure. For the majority of cities and/or counties that issue GOs, they typically do not issue GOs for every purpose. They tend, I'm going to go back to my home city. When we vote every other year, we vote for transportation bonds, we vote for housing bonds, and we vote for neighborhood improvement bonds. I think the community is used to that. They understand what it means. They know what the purposes are. And so if we issue bonds to renovate the basketball arena, that would typically be issued as a LOB or a SOB. In your case, and let me say this to you, typically for the Crown Center is a form of an enterprise. It operates as a business. Typically, enterprise functions do not use the GO. They use another facility that would get you there and get you the same results. It's quicker. As you know, a vote, you can really only do it about every other year. It's a 6-8 month process. So it's many enterprises and business functions of the county require quicker access.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug, I just had one quick question. On the revenue bonds, what was the coverage ratio, or does it change based on the enterprise fund?
Well, the coverage the coverage ratio is based upon the fees you set.
Okay.
The user fees. Your documents will give you a minimum that you have to set in order to be able to pay operations and debt service. A number of people who want higher credit ratings go with higher coverages, the Raleigh-Charlotte example, and they use those coverages to produce cash to plow back into the PAYGO program. So does that answer your question, sir?
Yes. And
Okay.
I guess the last one, real quick. Is there a baseline coverage that the state has, like the ratio that it needs?
The baseline is 120 or 125.
Okay.
It has really 120 to 125. You know how high credit quality North Carolina is. And so there are some places that have 110. That wouldn't be a North Carolina thing.
Thank you.
Anything else? Commissioners, anything else? County Manager Greer.
Yes, Doug, thank you for the presentation. One caveat, Chairman and Commissioners, we'll probably bring this back in April, but we have in the debt model, and we didn't get into this, but the school system we had $30 million that we're going to issue. We would like to kind of start that process with the schools so we can probably issue that debt. In talking with Doug and the finance department, we start issuing that debt probably first part of fiscal year 2027, so we can make sure it's in the budget. So just want to get general approval to move that forward. We'll bring that back probably in April, the steps that we need to go through and start working with the school system, move that forward.
County Manager Greer, so that's the money that's part of the reserve fund balance?
Yes.
Okay. And is it part of the fund balance, or we're going to issue debt against that?
Yes, we have a reimbursement provision to reimburse us once we issue the debt.
Okay, and you're going to bring that back to us in April, but it starts the process for the school system so they can,
Yes.
they're going to use that for construction for this summer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not going to hold them up in any way?
No.
Okay. All right, I think we're good. Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate the time. We look forward to the budget cycle and getting into the debt model. You know how
Thank you,
much we
sir.
enjoy that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have my associate Dylan with me. I'm sorry I forgot to recognize him. You've met him before, too.
We have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here. Real quick, before we move on, just, Madam Clerk, we don't have anybody online, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, just wanted to verify. Commissioners, I just want to remind you, we have a meaty agenda today. It's my intent to try to move through it as quickly, but as efficiently as we can. I'll make sure that we have the breaks accordingly, but if we can try to move through this in questions, we'll try to go 1 to 2 round max if we can, but we have a lot of items to cover. Just be mindful of that. Don't want to stop the discussion, but just be mindful of that. We'll go ahead and move, as well as the presenters, be mindful of that. And we'll go ahead and move to item A, Cumberland County fiscal year ending June 30, 2025, audit presentation by Cherry Beckett, LLP.
Yes, Robin Coops, Chief Financial Officer, will present this item along with Linda Suggs, Senior Manager, Cherry Beckett, LLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Linda Suggs is on her way up to the podium. Linda is our senior manager with Cherry Beckert. She does a lot of work with our audit every year. We're glad to have her here today. She's going to be presenting the results of the 2025 fiscal year end financial and compliance audit. So I will turn it over to Linda.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be here today to present the results of the financial audit to you. This is the agenda for the items that we're going to cover today. First, we'll introduce the client service team that worked on the audit. We'll talk about the results of the audit for the next few slides. And then the remaining slides are going to just be required communications that auditors are required to give to you each year. This is the client service team that worked on the audit engagement. Leanne Waters is the engagement director. She is responsible for all aspects of the audit engagement and is authorized to sign all of the audit opinions on behalf of our firm. Our firm does require a quality control review of each audit that occurs, and Scott Anderson served that role this year. He's our firm's government technical specialist. What he does is make sure that he reviews our work to make sure all the proper procedures were done and the reports were issued in accordance with the professional standards. I'm the senior manager on the engagement. I'm involved in all aspects of the engagement, both with my team and with the county's team. And Chris Thomas served as the senior on the engagement as well, working closely with the county staff. All right. Next, I wanted to talk a little bit about the results of the audit. Really, the purpose of an audit is to make sure that the financial statements are materially really correct. And what that means is there's not a material error that, if it was corrected, would change the decision that a financial statement user might make. Our procedures include a lot of different things, such as inquiries of the board, members of management, as well as staff. We look at the processes and procedures over your key transaction cycles. And all those things help us to determine whether the financial statements are at risk of material misstatement, because that's where we're going to focus our procedures, because we don't look at 100% of the transactions in any given year. So some of the areas that might have a higher risk of material misstatement might be those related to estimates where there's a high degree of judgment involved in a calculation, or for the implementation of a new accounting standard. So let's get to the slide and really talk about the results. Our audit is performed in accordance with two sets of auditing standards. The first is U.S. generally accepted auditing standards, and those are going to apply to any kind of entity, whether it's a commercial entity, a government entity, not-for-profit, et cetera. The other set of standards is the government auditing standards, and those apply to these engagements because you all, of course, a governmental entity. The opinions that we issued related to those auditing standards were clean opinions. That's the highest level of assurance that an entity can get and that we can give. Next, we also perform audits on the single audit, which means the administration of the grants from the federal and state governments that are received. We make sure those are performed in accordance with the uniform guidance as well as state requirements. We issue two opinions there, one related to federal compliance and the other related to state compliance. Both of those opinions were unmodified, which are clean opinions. Those are the highest level of assurance that a CPA firm can give. This next slide shows the different single audit programs, grants that we audited this year. There were 3 federal programs and 5 state programs. So that's a lot of single audit to have gotten done in a whole year. We also make sure that those are all done in accordance with the right procedures and the requirements of the granting agencies. This next slide talks a little bit about internal controls. It gives you some of the language from the auditing standards. We don't issue an opinion on internal controls. However, we do a lot of work with respect to internal controls as part of our audit, especially related to the significant transaction cycles. So what I mean by that would be, how does the county make payments to people? How does the county pay their employees? How do they receive cash and how is that recorded? As well as how does the county process transactions throughout the year into the financial system so that they're captured and are able to be taken out of the system and included in the report that you received today. And we're also required to report any deficiencies that we identify as a result of our audit procedures. This next slide just defines the types of recommendations or internal control issues that we're required to report on each year. The first is a material weakness, and that's going to be something that indicates without this control in place that the financial statements are susceptible to material misstatement. The other is a significant deficiency. It's an internal control comment that might be a little less severe than a material weakness. I'm happy to report we didn't have any material weaknesses this year. This next slide talks about corrected and uncorrected misstatements. So from the time that the finance office provides us with all of the numbers and the trial balance, we're required to report to you any material journal entries that are identified as a result of our audit procedures. So I'm happy to report there weren't any material adjustments recorded that were required to be reported, and there also were no uncorrected misstatements that didn't meet any of the thresholds to require reporting. So what that means is that the policies and procedures and employees are following for the accounting and reporting of transactions allowed all material financial statement information to be captured properly throughout the year. The next few slides are some communications that we're required to give to you each year. The first is related to the significant accounting policies that are in place. This is not really anything numbers focused, but it's important accounting information. In the financial statements, the footnotes describe all of the important accounting policies, and they're listed there for you to see each year. We are required to bring to your attention if there are any new accounting standards required to be implemented, and there was one this year. It's related to GASB 101, which has required us a look at compensated absences. Compensated absences, if you might recall, after the last few years, they've always been included in the financial statements. But those accruals were primarily based on vacation time. What this GASB standard did was require the finance team to kind of look at all types of leave. And really, the most significant one that most governments incurred this year was related to sick leave. The sick leave earned by employees can be used as service credits for their pension plan retirement, but that is specifically excluded from this, as that's already considered in the actuary's pension calculations. So really, the finance team the primary adjustment was related to sick leave. So we're trying to figure out and estimate how much of sick leave is going to be paid out through the regular course of payroll. So meaning when employees take time off versus the employee bank that would be applied to the pension credits going forward. And so that resulted in a restatement of about $3.8 million of net position. And the reason for that is that this standard is a retrospective standard, and what it means is it's applied as if it's effective on the first day of the fiscal year. So that's why there was the adjustment that you would see in the statements. Next up is related party transactions. We're required to look for any and identify any related party transactions during the audit and test them, but we didn't identify any as a result of our procedure, so I don't have any to report here. We're also required to report to you any significant or unusual transactions. The accounting standards define those as something that would be outside of the normal course of business for the county, or maybe something unusual as far as the timing or the size of the transaction or the nature of the transaction itself. We're happy to report there weren't any that we were identified as a result of our procedures. Next up is significant estimates. As you can see here, there's quite a few of them listed here. Those are typically recorded by management based on their expertise and knowledge of the certain matter. So the largest ones that you see here are going to be related to the pension obligations and OPEB obligations that the county has. So those are calculated by actuaries, and those calculations are based on information that's provided by the county. These are higher risk areas, and we certainly do look at these as a part of our audit procedures. Next, we mentioned previously there were financial statement disclosures that are required to be made. So the footnotes to the financial statements, we're just required to report to you whether we feel like they are consistent and accurately report the policies and procedures for the county. And we do feel that they are neutral, consistent, and clear, and have been consistent with prior years. This slide talks about independence. As the external auditor, standards require that we maintain a level of independence. We assess that at the time that the engagement letter is signed, as well as throughout the audit. We do have to think about independence if we're asked to do or assist with any other either non-financial or financial related items for the county. We did provide some non-attest services this year for the county, so I'll go over those real quickly. The first one is our firm did assist in the preparation of the financial statements from information that was provided by the county's finance department. A separate team from the audit team prepared the statements with the oversight and approval from the county's finance team. The second one is we prepared the data collection form for the county. What we do there is we enter information into a federal audit clearinghouse to report on the amount of federal expenditures for the current year. Our firm also has a separate team that performs this function, and both the chief financial officer for the county and the engagement director for Cherry Becker actually certify that the information is correct online. And the last one is our firm also assisted with the implementation of GASB 101 related to compensated absences. Keeping these services with a separate team from the audit team allows us to maintain our independence and are in accordance with auditing standards. We don't believe that providing these services impaired our independence at all. The next couple of slides, there's quite a few topics to go over with additional required communications that I'll touch on real quickly. Difficulties encountered with the audit, we didn't have any related to the financial department or any other department for that matter that we dealt with the county. Everyone was responsive to requests for information and provided audit evidence as we asked for it throughout the process. We didn't have any disagreements with management on either accounting, auditing, or any other reporting matters. Everything was resolved to our satisfaction. For auditor consultations, we didn't have to seek any information outside of the audit team related to the issues and questions that came up during our audit. As far as management representations, management provides representations to us throughout the audit. We maintain a list of those, and the county manager and the chief financial officer sign a letter verifying that those things are true and accurate because we're relying on those to issue our audit opinions. Next is management consultations. In some cases, management might want to consult another accountant or auditor about an accounting matter. It'd be very similar to getting a second opinion on something. We're not aware that there were any such consultations that occurred this year. We didn't have any other audit findings or issues noted through the course of our procedures that we need to bring to your attention this year. As for fraud and illegal acts, our audit's not specifically designed to look for fraud or illegal acts. However, we are required to report to you if we become aware of any such items during the course of our audit, and we did not, so there's none to report to you. Going concern has to deal with the county's financial sustainability into the future, particularly over the next 12 months. Before we issue our opinions, we're required to evaluate that aspect for the county. There were no events or conditions noted that gave us any doubt about the county's ability to continue as a going concern. Next, there's quite a bit of information in the financial statements, so we wanted to go over that real quickly. The required supplementary information. That information is required by GASB to be included in audits of governmental entities. And that's typically things like management's discussion and analysis. Then behind the footnotes, there's 10 years worth of data related to pensions and OPEB. We don't extend our opinion to that data. However, we do review the information to make sure it is consistent with the financial statements. The supplementary information includes things like the fund schedules and behind the financial statement disclosures, as well as the schedule of expenditures of federal and state awards. We do issue an opinion in relation to that information because it does agree up to the front schedules of the financial statements. So we do extend our opinion to this information. And lastly, the other information are things like the introductory section and the statistical information. This information is not required to be included in reports by GASB. I believe you all do that to receive the GFOA award each year. We don't issue an opinion on that information. However, again, we do review that information to make sure it's consistent with all the other information in the financial statements, as well as the audit information and evidence that we've been presented. So next up, talking about the new accounting standards that are coming up in the future. The first one's GASB 103, financial reporting model improvements. That one's going to be required to be implemented for fiscal year 26. There's a couple of changes that are going to be required for that. If you think in history on reporting standards, GASB 34 was the biggest overhaul in government accounting in a long time, and that's occurred probably around the 2002 timeframe. So that's where the financial statements took the major overhaul. I think this project for GASB 103 kind of started out with the intention of doing a bigger overhaul like that. However, it's turned out to be not as big a lift. Through the course of the project, the GASB has backed off on a lot of the things that they initially thought they were going to do. So the couple of things that you will see that will change will be the changes to the management's discussion and analysis. They're trying to streamline, include less topics, and remove some of the budgetary information and different things like that. There'll also be some changes to the proprietary fund statements, so that's going to be like your solid waste, your crown, or your water sewer districts. It's not going to change the numbers, it's just going to probably change the location of some of the line items in your financial statements. And lastly, the budgetary statements will change a little bit for you all. Under the GASB 34, the previous reporting model, there were options to include that information either in the basic financial statements, which are included in the front of the footnotes, which is how the county has always reported it. The other option with GASB 34 was to report them in the required supplementary information. So that would be back there behind the footnotes with all of the pension and OPEB data. So the requirement now for this reporting model change is going to make everyone put the budgetary statements behind the footnotes with the other OPEB and pension information. There's also going to be the requirement to add explanations for significant variances between original and final budget and actual and final budget. Next up is GASB 104. That's probably not going to be a very big lift. This one's disclosure of certain capital assets. This is really just might change the way some capital assets are grouped, so you might see a little bit of difference there, and probably there'll be some new disclosures required, but not a big lift. GASB 105 is the next one. That'll be for fiscal year 27. It's related to subsequent events. So if you think about a subsequent event, that's going to be anything that arises between the date of the financial statements, which is June 30th, typically for any given year, and the date that the financial statements are issued. So it's going to just provide some more guidance on what types of things should be either recognized events, which means it's something that needs to be recorded in the financial statements, or a non-recognized event, which just needs to be included in the financial statement disclosures. So there's a little bit of time on all of those to get up to speed and get those changes implemented. The last thing I was going to talk about, which was on the agenda, I don't really have a slide for that, would be the Local Government Commission performance indicators. What the local government does is they require certain information to be provided to them along with the audit report when it's issued. And so they take that information and put it into a system, they calculate some metrics, and may provide some performance indicators there. So I believe there are two at this point that had come up this year. One was related to the submission of the audit. Just a little quick history on that. This is the first year that the Local Government Commission has changed their reporting due date. In years past, as far as I can remember, October 31st was the due date for submission of audit reports. They've always extended to December 1st as a grace period for audits to get submitted on time before you have to go and get a contract amendment. This year, for the 2025 audits, they extended the October 31st deadline, changed it to December 31st. There are a couple other events that happened during the year that caused that to even go out a little bit further. There was a delay in the issuance of the federal compliance supplement. The U.S. Office of Management and Budget issues that every year, and basically what the compliance supplements are is all the granting agencies provide all the information about what they expect us to test as far as the single audit goes. So that can change or not depending on what each agency submits each year. That did not get finalized until right before Thanksgiving, and normally it's finalized in the May or June timeframe. And so lastly, the LGC ended up extending the December 31st deadline to February 12th. And what they were doing there is, since there was a time period when the U.S. government was shut down, they just added the number of days to that to come up with the 12th deadline. So the financial statement of opinion was issued on February 20th, and the compliance reports were issued on the 26th. And I'll just have to say both the finance staff and our staff worked very well together and hard to ensure that we were trying to get this done, and we were very keenly aware of the importance of getting the audit completed. However, we just needed some additional time just to ensure that all the questions and issues related to the audit were resolved satisfactorily, which they all were. So the second indicator is going to be related to the water and sewer district funds. The calculations show that the operating revenues are not covering the operating costs. So I think that's something that's occurred in the past. So I think management's been carefully watching that and would be able to respond on that. So I believe a written response is just required to the LGC related to those two items. So that's really all I had as far as prepared remarks go today. So I'm happy to open it up and answer any questions, or if you think of something after today, my contact information is here. Feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Anything else to add before we open it to commissioners, county manager? All right, commissioners, we don't have Commissioner Faircloth here, so Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that thorough presentation. I actually have kind of a two-part question. The first part, and maybe this is better directed to the county manager. When I went over the audit on the fund balance appropriation, and I went back through my notes on our budget discussion for last year, the audit was showing that we had a general fund balance appropriation of about 12 million. My notes had that we would plan to have a larger appropriation. Is that an error in my notes, or did we just not have to appropriate as much as we had planned for?
We didn't have to appropriate as much as we planned for.
And the second part of that question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So with that appropriation of the balance, and us going into our planning for our budget purposes for next year, noticed that you had noted in the audit that there wasn't any concern, but would you at least say that that would be a point of note based on your professional recommendation that the commission should be aware of when we're appropriating fund balance to fund government?
Well, I guess I would say this, the appropriated amount is what it will be for the next fiscal year. So whatever you come up with in your budget this year will be what's reflected in the audit next year, because we have to go by what you have, or saying you're going to need out of fund balance in your next year's budget. But a lot of times that doesn't necessarily happen. So it's really important to look at the budgetary statement for the general fund particularly to see if any was used, because in a lot of cases you may not anticipate that revenues and expenditures will be at certain levels. So I think it's really important just to look at that budgetary statement within the act for this year and just to see if that was actually used. That's not to say that you're not going to have one every year. Most governments do have them. It's because management now is having to estimate into the future what they think revenues are going to come in and what expenditures are going to come in at. And it doesn't always 100% match up with what you originally have in your budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So there's no crystal balls?
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. Commissioners, other questions? Quick question, County Manager, on the enterprise fund. I'm assuming that is Norcrest, and there's not an overbilling issue like we've seen previously.
We're investigating that.
Okay.
We're investigating that, and we'll bring that back.
Last year I had to adjust that LGC letter. I prefer not to do that this year.
I think we have the same issue.
Okay. We know we need to address it. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is actually just a comment. I just want to commend our financial team. They do an excellent job, as well as the manager for working with your team as well, Ms. Waters. And as we are all aware, our finance team has been known to get several awards for the commendation of their work. So again, I just want to thank you, Ms. Waters, you and your team, and definitely our financial team for working due diligently together to make sure we keep things done decency and order, and to make sure we don't get flagged for any audits. Thank you so much.
Hearing any other comments, commissioners, or questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the finance team on the budget performance team. I know it's a lot of work, and I really appreciate all the effort. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for the acceptance of Cumberland County's fiscal year end June 30, 2025 annual comprehensive report, and place it as an item on the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners regular meeting on March 16, 2026.
Second the motion.
Got a motion on the table to accept the audit report and move it to the consent agenda on March 16th. Is there any questions or comments on the motion? Madam Clerk, we're going to have to vote manually, correct?
Everyone signed in.
Okay, I just didn't know if you had it up.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you'll open the voting portal. Commissioners, you have 30 seconds to cast your vote. Vice Chairman has a minute to cast your vote.
I've been kicked out the system. Y'all give me 1 moment. It's going to be yes, but... Okay, I got in.
Now you're in. Now you got to
Yeah,
vote.
I did. You see my
Madam Clerk,
motion?
if you'll report the votes.
Unanimous, passed.
All right.
Thank you.
County Manager, does that give you what we need for that item?
Oh, yes.
We'll go ahead, again, Ms. Coos, thank you. Thank you for you and your team's work. We'll go ahead and move to item B, 2026 USI Health Insurance Update.
Yes, I'll turn this one over to Heather Skeens, Assistant County Manager. The presenter would be Ed Boardman with USI to provide an update on our health insurance and the renewal for next fiscal year. Heather?
All right, good afternoon. Ed Boardman from USI is here, as the manager indicated, to provide an overview of the health insurance marketing results and the 2026-27 renewals. These are presented for discussion and decisions regarding the selection of a health insurance plan administrator, a pharmacy plan, and a dental plan. We're also presenting some additional considerations regarding the employee wellness program, which includes the yearly biometric screenings and health insurance discounts and the GLP-1s. Lastly, we have two programs that are at no cost to the county, which we would like to offer to employees. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Boardman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see everybody, and thank you for your time today. I know you have, based on your agenda, packed a bunch of items. I'm going to get through this. I told Heather to give me the hook if I'm talking too fast. But with that, I just wanted to jump in and give you an update and then hit on the items regarding the renewals that are coming up. So just from a financial perspective, we as for those of you who have been through this before, you know that we look at the claim experience, and we're looking at right now through claims through end of January, and currently the plan's running about 12.3% above what we did last year on a per employee basis. Total net costs, though, are just under budget by about 96%. Some of the drivers, and we'll get into a couple more details regarding the pharmacy. I know that we've talked before about that number is higher than what we typically see. Average enrollment, pretty steady overall, so that really isn't a huge cost driver. There's some higher numbers, but not a lot. And then also, just want to touch on the rebates. And although the pharmacy costs are up, rebates continue to go higher. So that's a part that is not factored into the projection, but is an offset to your actual costs. From a claim perspective, we're looking at this year the large claims are up slightly, but not a huge concern. Most of those diagnoses are typical of what we do see with a lot of employers, cancers. We do see from high-cost claims, musculoskeletal, and also, heart disease. The last piece, you hit on is, from chronic conditions, we also, when we monitor that to look at year over year, whether there's an improvement or a change, we have seen, continue to see, the hypertension, high cholesterol, and, diabetes as the three key areas that the prevalence is higher than what we typically see with other clients your size. This gives you an idea just from the claim perspective. The blue is the budget rate, and the dark gray is the claims. So you can see, other than really September, every other month, 6 out of the 7 months below budget, and then compared to last year. And then you look at it a little different picture. So this is really showing from 22 on. You can see there was a change. So in 22, you started taking the pharmacy rebates, which are an offset to your costs. So you can see how the escalation the first few years from 19 through 21 are going at a steeper incline. And then really from 22 on, with the exception of 2024, your claims net of rebates have been fairly stable. This is a snapshot of again, trying to be respectful of your time. I won't go through all the details, but you can see the dark blue is the prevalence for the county, and then the orange is the benchmark, where benchmarks fall. I touched on being in GLP-1s, and I know just for sake of time, we won't go through all the details, but you can get an idea just what this slide does. It breaks down all GLP-1s, which are for obviously diabetes as well as for weight loss, and then showing really where the cost associated with each group is approximately, and that's which kind of breaks down to give you an idea of how much the people that are non-diabetics that are costing the plan versus the diabetics. So give you some decision points. All right, some marketing results. So there's 4 plans. So the medical, pharmacy, the stop loss, and the dental are all up for renewal. First with the medical. So this is it's been 3 years, and we did another marketing to see what the other carriers and how they compare. So you'll see really, just from an overall cost, Blue Cross, which is in the box, the renewal is flat. They didn't increase their administrative fees, and this is the monthly fixed cost you pay for network access and care management programs. And then Aetna, Cigna, United, again, all very close. The difference is you look down at the bottom in red, right above that, you'll see the fee holiday. So each of the carriers are offering an incentive. So they do a fee holiday just to try to entice you certainly to have the business move, but that is obviously temporary. So obviously after that goes away, you would pay the full cost. The other item we compare is the networks. So really what you get for actually medical care and what you actually pay. So looking at the last 12 months of claims, bill charges, so these are all submitted charges, and then what the actual reimbursements were, you can see each carrier and what the dollar amount is, and then also the claim percentage. And as you can see, really, all 4 carriers are within striking distance. We typically look at plus or minus 2% as a margin of error. So I would tell you that it's not either way. You've got good discounts currently, but certainly both Aetna, Cigna, and United also offer strong options. Disruption. So this is really just the network, kind of looking at it from a Blue Cross lens. So the top line, you can see that employees for their providers and their claim dollars typically stay in network, 94.2% in network, and then 98% of the claim dollars. And you can see the added network and how that compares with each of the carriers. So it gives you an idea of what the actual disruption would be. The gain or loss is just a gain, meaning the doctors are currently out of network and they're coming in network, and the loss would mean providers that are out of the network that would actually, or currently in the network that you would lose by the new network. Okay, so pharmacy marketing, so that's the medical. So pharmacy marketing, one thing to note, we just were notified, and you should be aware that, so Blue Cross made the announcement just in the last 2 weeks, they are actually changing pharmacy benefit managers. So they are currently using Prime, and it's all done in-house, but what they've signed a deal with Optum Healthcare, and for those of you not familiar, they're a partner of United Healthcare. They are going to become the new PBM for the pharmacy benefits effective 1/1/27. So the reason we bring that up is the financials are showing a 3-year agreement, and just based on the landscape right now, signing into a 3-year agreement, you might want to consider a 1-year just because of the change with Optum, and also if you're seeing in the news, the industry is looking at a potential change over the next couple of years, where they talked about Express Scripts and the settlement with the FTC. They were looking at the higher cost medications that were being approved to be on their formulary for a rebate, and they were looking at that as an anti-competitive kind of, nature. So it's something that we know that's going to affect the overall kind of structure of how pharmacy works. So the rebates today may not be there. The overall net cost is really what you want. So that landscape is changing. So we bring that up to, because it is a decision point. Overall, we talked to both Blue Cross United and Aetna, and they agreed to offering a one-year agreement. So if you decide that that's the route you want to go, you do have that option with all three. Okay. The pharmacy disruption, again, similar to the medical, this just shows you, I won't go through all the detail, but you can see on the left is the utilizers, so people that are impacted, and on the right is actually the claims that are impacted. So, all right, this is an eye chart, I do apologize. So on your dental plan, I know dental is currently 100% paid by the employees, but Delta has held the rates for the last 3 years, and they're giving an increase on their rates. So we did a marketing, and you can see based on to the right, outside the boxes, MetLife and Sun Life, as well as Mutual Omaha, all had given competitive proposals. And really the difference is you have a one-year agreement with Delta. They only agree to hold the rates at a 4.4% increase for 1 year, and they would increase them again next year. And Met offered a 2-year rate guarantee, as well as so does Sun Life. So certainly there's some options in case because again we haven't gone back to Delta, but if one option would be to look at either an alternative carrier or to go back to the current carrier and see if they're willing to negotiate downward. So just something to point out. And again, similar to the medical, I won't go through all the details, but you see the disruption as it relates to the different providers, Delta being on top. So certainly the other carriers' networks are very strong, but let you make that decision. Okay. So then from a overall renewal projection, so USI independently of Blue Cross does a annual projection. And as we look at this year's projection, so as you read kind of up top, you can kind of see what this is from a stop loss perspective. One thing to point out is the item that's highlighted in yellow, it's a laser, and what that really means is the stop loss coverage has a deductible on it, and that's currently $200,000. County pays for everything under $200,000, and the stop loss kicks in once the claimant hits over $200,000. For that laser, it's actually at $700,000, and that's a way the insurance companies have done it. Instead of giving you a higher premium increase, they've just pushed that risk back to the employer, so you have more risk. If they incur claims for that individual, you have to pay for it longer than you would under the normal stop loss level. Then there's administrative fees and the claim liability. You can see that those numbers, again, not spend too much time on that, but the overall projected increase, and this is using your claim experience for the past 24 months, is projected out to 10.4% over the current budget rates. The contributions, again, assuming you pass on the same 10.4% to the employees, would look like this. So we wanted to do a model in there just to give you an idea of what that would look like. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this unless there's any questions. This is the Delta renewal site standalone, so you can kind of see a little more clearly what the current rates are versus the increase. Again, Delta has been fair. I don't want to present it that they're unreasonable. They actually haven't an increase for 3 years, so they have been flat as far as their rates. And then the post-65 retiree plan, the Medicare supplement plan. That one is projected at 8%. That renewal is actually a calendar year, January of 27. So that one is still early in the process. So as Heather mentioned, some of the additional considerations, and for those of you that, I know last year we talked about it. So one of the items is the wellness credit. I think that the focus in, having the week-long health fair and then doing the biometric screenings and hitting certain requirements, the requirements were outdated. So certainly what we'd recommend is a different approach, which should be, having the wellness credit based on employees getting a wellness exam every year, and then also depending on age-appropriate screenings. So that way, if, with the wellness screening, it doesn't always get back to the primary care physician. So this would be a way to actually, have people engage with their physician, and then obviously, if they have any other, health risks, certainly, get the appropriate care that's needed. The couple points to mention is there is a additional potentially cost depending on if you had the health center currently do it, or you could have a third party track it. So that would be an additional cost of $32,000 a year, and that's really just to track the forms and really who met the metrics, who didn't, and make sure that that's accounted for in the wellness reimbursements. The other option, and again, I know if you've had a chance to look through the packet, we talked about this last year, so a utilization management program for GLP-1s. And so this is the VITA program. Again, we have some slides in here. I won't go through those all now, but certainly am willing, if we need to follow up with any potential additional information, to answer any questions you might have. The no-cost program, so the voluntary coverage. This is MetLife. So one of the options we talked about with the team is offering more voluntary benefits. So we know employees certainly will look at that favorably because of usually there is a discount. So whether it relates to the home and auto, that's really a direct bill, and the pet insurance, which we know has become very popular. We also have in the offering, you can choose from ID theft, legal theft, as well as hospital indemnity coverage as well. And that's all through MetLife. The other option that was mentioned at no cost is called Access Perks. So this is really just an overall employee discount program. So by offering it through the county, they get discounts and access to whether there's travel, entertainment, healthcare, auto, certainly retail shopping, food and dining. So it really is a pretty robust program, and there's others out there certainly, but this one had come highly recommended. We've had other clients use it and they've enjoyed it. So again, something else to consider as it relates to additional added benefits. So in a summary, just the carrier decisions, and again, you do have the option to, with Blue Cross, to carry that decision one more year, so with the medical and the dental. But looking at the medical carrier options certainly are alternatives to your current scenario. The pharmacy, I know the 3 years is attractive. The rebates are very high. But as you go back through that, you'll see that the ingredient costs, the actual cost of medications that they're charging you are actually very similar. So it's really a kind of a rebate play right now. And like I mentioned before with Express Scripts and the FTC, I think all the other big PBMs, Optum, CVS, are also going to have the same potential decision points. So they're going to look at other options as it relates to whether it's a net cost option, so rebates go away in a sense that it's given to the member at point of sale, so they pay the discounted overall rate versus paying the gross costs, and then on the back end, the company's reimbursed. The county, in this case, is reimbursed that rebate. We talked about the dental again, population health, the VITA program, and really, we just went through most of these. So, that's really kind of the update for today, and just want to open it up in case there's any questions you may have.
Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. Anything, Assistant County Manager Skeens or County Manager, before we open it up to commissioners?
Yes, just one comment. We talked about the biometric screening being an additional $32,000. That actually, because we currently pay about $67,000 to the provider to offer that, it would be a cost saving to the county to move to a third-party biometric screening and not do the wellness fair that we currently do. The other thing I would add is that we know that these slides are very dense, but we do need some decisions around our health insurance administrator because that impacts our salaries that are being uploaded to our budget right now.
That's why I wanted to go to this slide, because I see a time frame that says March 19th, which is pretty quick for this board. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've got actually a question about the coverage discussion that we had previous before, and then also a question to the county manager, if I may.
You're recognized for a series of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and this was before my time on the board, so you have to forgive me. My understanding was the GLP-1 strategy that was employed previously by the board was kind of a pilot program that we were going to do to kind of look to maybe mitigate or offset some of the chronic conditions, or some of the chronic conditions that we had kind of looked at. And so looking at your slide today on slide 7 and seeing that our payer mix is substantially higher in a lot of the categories, more so than what you're seeing among your membership. My question is this: GLP-1s, are they working? Are they not in terms of reducing those chronic conditions? If we make a decision on to continue to fund or not, what would you expect based on your experience with your other users that would have an impact on that chart on slide 7?
Yeah, so I would tell you that overall, from a client perspective in the reporting, so looking at the data and sharing with other clients, they have the same concerns, that their data is not showing, they're spending the money on the GLP-1s, but they're not exactly seeing it in a lower prevalence. Now, in some cases, it's different population. Like some of our customers, a lot of them have higher turnover levels than you do. So that is also a factor to consider too. Is that sometimes companies are paying for these high cost medications and they're not getting the benefits, seeing the results because the turnover and people move on. From a strategy perspective, I'm not suggesting that you'd want to eliminate providing coverage. I think that was certainly the state made that recommendation. I don't know exactly if they're going to either keep that or they're going to actually maybe go back to something different where you have more guardrails on the program. So the VITA is a way to put more guardrails, but not, if someone ultimately needs the medication and they go through the program, they also have their doctor's input into the part of the program. They would get it, but it's just you have more requirements. It's more of a process to determine whether it's really truly medication need or whether it's a physical fitness or nutrition or something unrelated to just taking the medication.
Second question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I guess this may be directed back, I'm going to address it to the chair because it's more around the renewal part of this. So, and please feel free to correct me if my recollection is incorrect, but my understanding is one of the reasons we had not gone forward with the renewal on some of these services was we had directed our county manager to work with some other regional partners in the area to direct a framework to see if there was some interest in partnering with them to provide some of these services. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is, what is the status of that? Do we have an update on that? We're sitting here at the ninth hour with a decision to make, and I don't know that this board has received the feedback from that it's given direction for in the past.
County Manager Greer.
We'll be providing that feedback via email Wednesday afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Jones, or excuse me, Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question, well, actually, it's just a recommendation. You did state that we need to make a decision, Manager Heather, in regards to the administrator and salary. Is that not correct?
The administrator for the health insurance plan, the dental plan, the post-65 retiree, and the pharmacy.
I'm recommending or would like to discuss possibility of moving that forward, as we do have other board members that aren't here, Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Council, as well as Commissioner Fairclough. So I would like to know, Chairman, if we can discuss perhaps moving that forward, I guess, for the next meeting that we'll have on the 16th, so that they would have the opportunity to have some input in that. And in between that, what I would like to see happen is I would like some information perhaps emailed to that of the commissioners for us to make a choice decision to review more information on that major decision that needs to be made if possible. Mr. Chairman.
So, make sure I'm tracking your request, Vice Chairman. So, we want to get some feedback based on similar to what Commissioner, background on this plan, background on the previous research that was done, have that emailed to us, look out to a future meeting to allow the other commissioners that aren't here to be able to review it and provide their feedback.
Absolutely, you understood correctly. That's what I would like.
A question on that, if I can, so we can look at timing, Vice Chairwoman. I see County Manager, I see a 19th March timeline. To do that, we want to come back. I mean, that pushes us to the March 16th meeting. That's probably not going to give us enough time to do that, and you're not going to have all your commissioners back as asked by the Vice Chairman. So we push that into April work session. How does that impact?
Robin, as far as open enrollment, how would that impact open enrollment?
I think if we can have a decision at our first meeting in April, then we'll get.
So we may need to, at one of our meetings that we already have scheduled through the month of March, we may need to attach this item once we have more of our, we have a fuller board presence and we've got the information that both Vice Chairwoman and Commissioner Tyson have asked for. Is that Frank?
That's correct.
So
For mine, that's what I would like to see happen if possible.
All right. Commissioner Patel, do you have any questions, comments?
I do have two questions. So first question with the dental insurance carriers, do we know that if all those carriers are accepted in the market here locally?
So the disruption piece was actually the dentists that currently people had seen over the last 12 months. And that's how that analysis is done. So those are actual providers that are in the network based on their analysis.
Was Omaha in there?
Mutual Omaha was in there as well.
Okay. And then the second question would be, from the pharmacy benefit standpoint, currently we only have one location, correct? Thank you. That's it.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for round two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one more request that I would like to ensure that our employees that are receiving these benefits, if we could make sure that our benefit department would be mindful of pushing out more emails of the communications team to remind them of that this time frame is coming around. I did have some individuals stated that, I guess just by mishap, I know it wasn't intentional, that they didn't receive those reminders, and I know we've had a lot of successful hirees lately, so if we could just make sure that PO and communications and benefits get together to just do a lot of pop-up reminders that, because April will be here before we know it, so that we can make sure that our employees don't miss that opportunity. It's my only other request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So County Manager Greer, before I see if any other questions, the feedback you said you're going to send out Wednesday, is that going to include the additional information? So that's going to include the previous information that we looked at last year. So we're looking at regional partnerships and providers. And the additional information that Vice Chairwoman is requesting too.
When will we get this back?
If we receive that information back, then we're going to need to understand we need a date, and we'd have to have that approved in April, not to move before April, not to move the open enrollment or adjust the open enrollment. So we're going to have to find a date. So Madam Clerk, we're going to have to find a date based on one of our other scheduled meetings to attach this to that meeting. So County Manager will have to look at which ones we have. We've got, I don't want to do it at the data center policy framework. We can potentially look at the special meeting around personnel maybe. We just need to look at what other ones we have if we have to do it before April. Is that correct?
Robin, you said by the agenda session in April, correct?
No, I had said the first meeting, the morning meeting in April, only because I feel like some of those meetings in April have been moved back some with our schedule this time. I think it's
Okay.
better if we have a decision that first.
So April 13th.
April 13th.
Yeah.
I guess I would ask, Commissioners, I want to make sure we have all the information we want, because we're going to get this via email. And therefore, the next time we're going to have a conversation about this, unless we attach it to a meeting, is going to be at the April 13th meeting. We can attach it to another meeting to have feedback and discussions around the information that we get, and then make the decision on the 13th. Commissioner Patel.
Chairman, if it would be possible, can we find a date prior now?
That would
That
be
would work.
March 24th.
March 24th.
Is that a previously scheduled meeting?
That's the personnel meeting.
Just do it on that day.
What time?
Uh,
No,
4
sorry.
o'clock, I believe.
Is it 2 to 4?
2 to 4. 2 to 4.
2 to 4.
So we could do it at 4 o'clock then. So 4 o'clock on the 24th of March. County Manager is going to have us the information by the Wednesday, so that is,
Probably be Wednesday afternoon. I have a meeting at 1.
so on the 18th of March, we'll have the information provided based on the request from Commissioner Tyson. That is the request we made last year to look at the partnerships of regional partners to see if there's another option for us, as well as the additional information that Vice Chairman Jones asked for. We'll provide that to all the commissioners on the 18th, and then move to the 24th at 4 p.m. for a special meeting to address this and ask any questions. We'd ask that we have representative here to answer any questions, or remotely, either way. Board, is that good? Do we need to put it in form of a motion, or is direction good?
Put it in motion.
Let's put it in motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we ask county management to explore opportunities with local partners to see if there's more efficiency, and bring back or send the questions that were asked today via email back to the full board by March 18th, and that we add this as an item of discussion to our March 24th personnel meeting.
Second the motion.
Did he include the additional information? Okay.
So, real quick, Madam Clerk, do we need to make it a special meeting, or can we attach it to the personnel meeting? Make a special meeting at 4
Yes,
PM?
because I've advertised that one as personnel.
So,
So, can I
Yep.
make an adjustment to make it a special meeting on the 24th?
Accept that as a friendly amendment.
any other questions or comments on that motion? Madam Clerk, are we going to have to do this? Can we do it
It's
online?
ready.
Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you'll open the voting portal, commissioners, please, you have 30 seconds to cast your vote.
It's
I'm having technical difficulties over here. It's
All in favor, raise your right hand.
unanimous.
Thank you.
County Manager, we have what we need?
Yes, yes.
All right, Commissioners, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Just want to, as always, be respectful. Do we need to take a brief recess for anything, or can we continue to move forward? We good? We're going to go ahead and take a, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. We'll stand at recess, and Commissioners, just be aware your mics are still hot. And I think we've got everyone back. We'll go ahead and come out of recess. And this time, we'll go ahead and move forward to item C. I want to just let people know we've made it through 3 presentations. So y'all buckle in for a long evening, which is fine. We're doing the people's business. Item C, voice dispatch update. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Gary Crumpler, Emergency Services Director, will provide an update on our voice dispatch implementation and answer any questions you may have. Gary?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Before you today to present the March voice dispatch update. As you know, we've been working on this project for several months and happy to report that we've made some significant progress on this project. As discussed previously, June was kind of our benchmark for completion before the end of the FY. Since I was before you last, we've secured contracts and POs. The project management team has continued to meet. We've established several work groups to talk about the finite processes within the system, and we've come a long way. So phase 1 is nearly complete, ahead of schedule, and just a refresher, phase 1 is for Samantha's voice to come over the radio, which is what the company has named the digital voice that comes over the radio. And then also within that, we started what we identified as phase 2. But just remember, there's no project charter associated with that. We just kind of got pushed that way because of the price increase with the station alerting modules. So I appreciate finance as well as the county manager's office securing that PO to go ahead and purchase those station alerting modules ahead of any price increases. So the official installs of the station alerting modules began yesterday at Stony Point Fire Department, and we configured our gateway yesterday. So as I move through this slide, at the end, I'll let you see what that result is. So right now, our current hurdles before go live is CAD integration. That's been pushed back, no fault of our own. That was because our CAD vendor had some scheduling conflicts and they pushed us back twice. So we're continuing to stay aggressive on them, and we have a meeting coming up, I believe, to get that CAD integration finished. The radio programming aspect, so we have to get most of the radios in the county reprogrammed to prevent any walkover on transmission. So we're working to identify a price point for that. And then our radio tower climate control, which we brought before the board with the initial price of about $15,000. That in working with Jeremy Stefanko and our internal services department, we feel pretty confident that price point now is between $4,000 and maybe $6,000 to complete that in lieu of $15,000.
That's great.
So before I prepared this presentation, I just had a little cool recording of Samantha's voice now that we have access to that. But again, I'm happy to inform the board that yesterday Honeywell was here, which is U.S. Digital Designs, and the voice now officially comes over the radio. So I'll let you hear what that sounds like. Does it sound good? Back in another. I'm good now.
The Cumberland County 911 automated dispatch system. Please listen to the text message.
So that is what we call an alert message, a short snippet of that, but we are officially live with Samantha's voice coming over the radio. So in phase 1, once we get that, the fire department's determined exactly how they want her to dispatch things, we'll be pretty close to testing and go live date. So, and hopefully it's continue to be ahead of schedule on that. And I'll bring back further updates on phase 2, which is the station alerting piece. But I'd like to thank, again, the county manager's office for their support, as well as Daniel Rister. Tyler Trimble has been the project manager for this from ITS. They do a phenomenal job, and we couldn't do it without them. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, questions or comments on this item? Fire Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Gary and his team. You know, since Gary stepped up into this role, he has just done a really good job at carrying this banner. And his team, getting the opportunity to work with him at the local emergency planning committee and having the honor to represent the board as the liaison there. I see firsthand how hard y'all over at EM work. So this project, I know, was something that we really kind of hit the ground running last year and trying to get this done. And since you've come in, you've really grabbed the bull by the horns and gotten this thing done. So, Mr. Chairman, I just would, if there's no other discussion, would want to make a motion that we accept this report as given.
Let me confirm no other comments or discussion on this item. Commissioners, anything else? Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, one thing I would like to add to my motion in accepting the report, you know, anytime we're enhancing services in our county, especially relating to emergency calls, you know, as we look to go live, if we can have our county manager work with our comms department, I think the public, knowing that we've got this capability and we're improving call service for the 911 system, would be a good initiative to look at, Mr. Chairman.
I'll entertain your motion, Commissioner Tyson.
That's it, Mr. Chairman, just to accept the report and that we look to, as this goes live, to ask that the county manager work with our PIO to develop a comm strategy around letting the public know about these enhancements.
Is there a second? We've got a motion to accept the report and create a comms policy around this item going live. Any discussions or comments on the motion? We're going to take a hand vote because everybody's having issues with their computers, it looks like. So all in favor, raise your right hand. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right, thank you. Seems like we're having some tech issues across the board. We'll go ahead and move to item D, Planning and Inspections Interlocal Agreement Review.
Yes, as oftentimes we get some communications from the towns about services our planning and inspections department provides and does not provide. Ross Howard, Director in Planning and Inspections, will provide an overview of our interlocal agreements and provide a presentation and answer any questions you may have. Ross.
Thank you very much, Mr. County Manager. For the sake of brevity, I only have one slide. So
we appreciate you. Unlike your meetings when we have cases.
That's right. So I just try to keep it as quick as possible. As the county manager had stated, I was requested to try to put together some information about what services that the planning department provides for its constituent towns. Some of you may or may not know that over a period of decades, going back to the 70s, the planning department in one form or another, one capacity or another, or in one form of an agreement or another, has been providing services, planning services, that is, to these towns. That shifted over a period of time, but for the most part, we tried to consolidate. When I first came on board here about 6 years ago, I tried to come up with a matrix that could show exactly what we could find and how we stand with these towns as they currently are, and that's what's in your packet before you. So the way that I would ask that you read this chart is as you go from left to right, this is going to be sort of the easiest starting point is what we absolutely do not provide, going to the yes of what we do provide for all the towns holistically. Also, I would say that it's also, if you look at it from an operational standpoint, going from left to right, we're looking at enforcement type of activities going through to supplemental type activities for their operations, things like that. So, starting with zoning code enforcement on the left, the county does not provide zoning code enforcement for its constituent towns. So that's just about as straightforward as you can get. So anything dealing with standards that are in their zoning ordinance, if there are violations of their zoning ordinance, that is not enforced by the county planning office. What is left out of here that I wanted to insert, and I was going to do it, but it was too late. This has already gone out, and I will send an updated chart on this. Sandwiched in between the zoning code enforcement and the minimum housing code enforcement is junk vehicle enforcement. That is also something that we do not enforce in any town or municipality within the county. So zoning and junk vehicles we do not do in any of the towns. Okay? When you start getting more to like the minimum housing code, over a period of time, we've had a sort of a mixed bag of agreements that we've had with the towns, and in relation to that, we've had some of the towns that have adopted, for the most part, they've adopted the county's minimum housing ordinance. But you can see here, and I call them the big three, Spring Lake, Hope Mills, and Fayetteville. We pretty much, they have the capacity, for the most part, to handle all of their enforcement and their operational items in-house. So we don't really have a lot of interaction with them anymore, especially Fayetteville. They pretty much do everything on their own. But you can see for like the minimum housing code, we do not enforce that in the city of Spring Lake. We do not do that in Hope Mills or Fayetteville. They have their own staff that handle that. And we do not do that in the town of Wade. But for all of the smaller towns that we have, we do enforce the minimum housing upon a request from the town to go into the town. As I get through this, I'll also get into contracts and things like that, but for the most part, it is what it is. As you start going to the right, these are more operational things that we provide for the town. So building permit application review, as I said, the three, Spring Lake, Hope Mills, and Fayetteville, we do not do any of the building inspections nor building inspections plans reviews for those towns, as they handle that in-house. We do that for the rest of the towns. So with an agreement that we have for building inspections, which you can see here, for the most part, these agreements go back to the 70s of the counties being able to provide those types of services to the towns. There is a yes for Spring Lake. As I said, we have a hodgepodge of MOUs and interlocals and things like that. We do have an MOU for the city of Spring Lake, or the town of Spring Lake, I should say, for emergency backup inspection services. When they do not have an inspector or inspections, they will call us, and we do have an agreement to go out there and provide that service for them. Everything else going through things like rezoning, subdivision waivers, by the joint planning board agreement, we have an interlocal that goes back. The most recent version of that was November of 2018. So that's the interlocal that we have with the towns for them to sit on the joint planning board. So as a part of that, we process a lot of the rezoning and subdivision waiver cases through the board. That is handled through our office, and we do handle that for the towns. Hope Mills is sort of the outlier there, so we put partial. Hope Mills is, from what I can assess, has kind of got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They go through our planning board, but all the processing of paperwork and things like that happen at their level in their office. And then they process it, then they call us, and then we put them on the agenda and we process it through our board. When you start getting into special use, quasi-judicial type of applications, that's the Board of Adjustment. So all of that is typically going to be handled by their BOA. Each one of the towns has their own BOA. So we do not do anything for the Board of Adjustments for any of these towns. We will typically help process those applications for them because we do a lot of their permitting. But for the most part, when it comes to the board, we pass it to the towns, and then the boards handle their Board of Adjustments accordingly. And then when you look at site plan, preliminary plat, and plat review, we pretty much do that for all the towns except for Hope Mills and Fayetteville. Now, the role that the town plays for these towns is we do not approve plats or anything that's non-residential within any of these towns. We provide a courtesy review. We take their ordinance, we look it over, we provide a cover sheet and comments about how it does or does not comply with their ordinance, and then we forward that to the town, but the ultimate approval authority rests with the Board of Commissioners or the town board of that governing body. So we're essentially just a consultant in that regard. Am I going too fast? I want to make sure I'm tracking time, okay? Comprehensive planning, we do that for everybody but Fayetteville. That goes back to the interlocal agreement to be on the joint planning board. That's providing comprehensive planning services for all the towns, and we do that every year. So that's a really sped up version of this. I know we're just kind of pressed for time, but I will also say that for the building permit application review, zoning permits. We do issue zoning permits for the towns. That's everybody except, again, for Spring Lake, Hope Mills, and the city of Fayetteville. A lot of that is tied to building inspections. So our process is such as when you come in for a trade permit, whether you're in the county or any of those towns that I just mentioned, you come in and you apply for a building permit, we automatically start with, is it zoning compliant? Because we don't want to give out building permits on something that did not meet the zoning ordinance to begin with. So the zoning review is inherently baked into that process as we provide that service to the towns and the county. Once you clear zoning, then you go to the building inspections and you go through that process. This is a really high level sort of like summary of this, so if you got any other questions, I'll try to answer what I can.
We're going to have a couple. Anything else to add, County Manager Greer?
Nothing to add.
Commissioners, questions or comments on this? I'll go to Commissioner Patel and then Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Director. Can you explain kind of the difference, so we can understand as a board, the difference between if a municipality elects to go with the COG versus with the county?
Absolutely. So as I stated, I was going to bring up contracts. Again, we've been providing these services off and on in one form or another, as I mentioned, since the 70s. Some of the towns can choose to go through the Council of Governments or any other third party for that matter. I think the Council of Governments is just there and they already pay dues to this group, so they have contracts. So currently as it stands right now, through our discussion with the Council of Government has a blanket contract with all the towns just for general services. And this is kind of like on-call stuff that they would do. It could be anything from providing clerk services to like building or whatnot. They do have specific contracts for code enforcement that we were able to find, and after discussion with the COG, that the town of Eastover, the town of Wade, and I believe the town of Stedman, those three have specific contracts that call out code enforcement contracts with the Council of Governments currently.
And do those towns currently pay the COG to do those services?
Yes. My understanding it's an hourly rate for services depending on, like their officer and how long it takes for them to process cases.
And if the county was to provide those services, would there be a fee structure? Or
Historically, we have not charged any fees for any of our services. The only thing that we do charge a modest fee for, as I said, is the MOU we have for Spring Lake for supplementary building inspection services, and that's on call and on an emergency basis.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Howard, for coming and bringing this brief. I think we've had some feedback and some discussions from both members, constituents that are in the communities that you have listed, plus some of the members of the elected bodies in some of these areas. And so I think understanding kind of where we are is really good. In my opinion, Mr. Chairman, I think we could move to look to update or, kind of just make sure that our framework here is solid and look to see if there's opportunities where the county can be a resource to some of these smaller municipalities and some of these service areas, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other questions before? I'll just say appreciate the information. This is something that very early on in meeting with what I would call the smaller municipal mayors, this was a discussion point, a lot of confusion on what we do and what we don't do.
Yes, sir.
As far as things that we can do for our small towns, they're going to the COG and paying, and we know they have small budgets, that we could be providing those services and they could be retaining those tax dollars for other purposes. So this has been a conversation we've had ongoing with the mayor, so I appreciate bringing it forward because there was a lot of confusion around what we did and what we didn't do and kind of where the agreements were. So I'll take direction from the board. Commissioner Patel or Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to make a motion with no objection.
Go ahead and make your motion.
Thank you. I make a motion that we direct the county manager to come up with a framework to provide a base level of service for what is required by statute that we would provide in these categories. And then we develop a model around additional services based on this spreadsheet that we could offer to our municipal partners. And that comes back within 60 days of our meeting today for us to have a preliminary review and discussion. I would also further move that we direct our county manager to work with our county attorney to review our current agreements for potential updates to those agreements during this process.
Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion on the table. It's been properly seconded. I'll open up for discussion or questions.
Commissioner Tyson, would you be open to a friendly amendment to also see what the cost of those baseline services would be while we're moving into our budget process?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Patel, that would be considered a friendly amendment.
So you accept the friendly amendment, we'll add in the cost of both the baseline and the enhanced services. Any other questions or comments on the motion? So the motion is for the county manager to bring back in 60 days the baseline level of services and enhanced services for the towns to include cost along with framework, working with the county manager for an updated interlocal agreement. All right, any additional questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none, is everybody able to get in? We're going to do a hand vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Director Howard.
Thank you very much.
We'll go ahead and move to, item E was pulled. We'll go ahead and move to item F, public records request, process modernization presentation.
Yes, Diane Rice, Communications Director, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Good afternoon, Diane.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rice.
At the, I can't remember which meeting it was. At a recent meeting, one of the committee meetings, it was requested that we present to you some of the updates and upgrades that we've made to our public records system. So I just want to provide a brief update on the modernization of our request process and the implementation of the Next Request platform, which we launched in partnership with our Innovation and Technology Services Department earlier this year. Our goal was to make the process more transparent for our residents and easier on our staff. Public records requests are an important part of our open and transparent government. We believe that our residents have the right to access records. We don't just believe it, it's the law, but that our residents have access to records that are created by our local government. And we wanted to ensure that that process is clear, efficient, and consistent. So when we evaluated our former process, our goals were to improve transparency, ensure compliance with our law, and create a more consistent process throughout all of our county departments. Just kind of a breakdown of our previous process before I show you what we're doing now. Prior to January of this year, our public records requests were received through a variety of channels, including email, we had a website form, or sometimes they were delivered or communicated directly with our departments and then forwarded to the Public Information Office. We then tracked those requests in a spreadsheet and coordinated responses via email with our departments. We were able to fulfill requests successfully, but the process had some limitations, including no centralized tracking system. Our reporting was pretty limited, so it was difficult for us to tell you how quickly we were closing those requests. And the prior process required a pretty significant amount of staff time and coordination. So we implemented the Next Request portal. To improve the process, Next Request was supported by the county manager and implemented, and that records request platform is pretty standard in use through most government agencies. So we talk to people throughout the country through some different communications groups, and Next Request is pretty much the government standard. Now, through that portal, all public records requests are submitted through a centralized page on the county website and allows our department to receive the requests in one location, route them directly to the appropriate department, track the request, and then release the documents directly through the platform. It also allows the departments to redact information in the Next Request platform. So previously, I'll pick on Gary. If Gary needed something redacted, he would need to send it to our department because we had the appropriate software. We would have to take the time, send it back. Now Gary's department can redact themselves directly within the Next Request platform. So I'll show you a little bit kind of what this looks like. Sorry, this is my clip art here. It's not the best, but if you click on public records on our webpage, you can see how beautiful this is. But I wanted to kind of show you what our requesters see. So when they click on public records, they're now brought to the Next Request portal landing page. They can submit a request online and track the status of the request. They can also access any records that have already been released. So if a requester wants to go in and say they submitted something a year ago, they can just log back into the portal and see all of the records that have been released to them previously. It also helps direct and guide requesters. Oh, sorry, I forgot. This is kind of what that looks like. It also helps guide the requesters to other departments. Should they submit the request in error, which does happen frequently, we'll get requests for court records, for example. Maybe they didn't take the time to read the details. We'll still direct them appropriately, even if we receive the request, but we have put information on that landing page that says, hey, if you're looking for a court's request, you need to contact courts, or if you're looking for sheriff's office records, you need to submit that directly to the sheriff's office. Here's a little bit more information just about some of the things that we cannot provide. Again, people will still submit the request, and that's okay. We'll send this information directly to them, but we wanted to make sure it was clear on the landing page. So a little bit of the early results. We launched the system on January 8th. As of March 5th, when I created this report, we have received 343 requests, and 305 of those have been fulfilled. And as of that date, 38 were in process, but I'll tell you that our Animal Services Department has worked really hard over the last week and closed most of theirs, so I bet that's closer to 20 if I were to log in right now. In comparison, in 2025, we received just under 1,100 requests and fulfilled 1,038 of them. I think that shows that the adoption of the new system provides a lot more visibility, and it's much easier for people to both submit the request and for us to close it. During the recent meeting, a question was brought up about how requesters are notified. It was the policy committee meeting. The system automatically sends notification to the requester when several key actions occur. So when the request is opened, they receive an automatic response that quotes the general statute that tells them, how much time we have to respond and what we can and can't respond. That's all been automatically included. If we'd like, we can also send an initial message response. Sometimes that might be something, maybe we need some clarity, or maybe we have part of the records, but the sheriff's office has the other part of the records. We can send that directly to the requester as soon as we receive the request. Also, depending on certain keywords, departments will be automatically assigned. So if on the front end they're looking for an animal services record, animal services staff will be automatically assigned to that and notified via email that they've received a records request. And the requester is also notified when documents are released to them or when the request is closed. At any time, the requester can respond to their initial request or go in the portal and communicate directly with the departments and with the staff. So there are no limitations there. It just kind of removes the generic email address or my email address or my staff's contact information from it, and now it's going directly to the people who are fulfilling the requests. Overall, this system has improved our public records process by improving transparency, efficiency, and consistency, and it also provides data and reporting, which is my bread and butter. Our department really operates well and continues to improve our systems based on data, and we can see that now. So in closing, we'll continue to work with our departments and continue to provide training as we refine the internal processes, and we appreciate your support as we modernize our transparency tool. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. County Manager Greer, anything to add before we open up for questions?
No.
Commissioners, questions, comments? Hearing none. Ms. Rice, thank you for bringing this online. As you know, our board has strive to have accessible information to our community, and we definitely can see from the early results that this is working. We look forward to further updates and results. So thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move to item G, countywide district information session update.
Yes, Assistant County Manager Faith Phillips will present this item and answer any questions you may have as far as the town halls for the water.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. There we go. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. At the January 19th, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting, public hearings were held for the proposed East Central and Cedar Creek water and sewer districts. At the meeting, the Board of Commissioners requested staff to hold information sessions for community members regarding the creation of the water districts. To ensure our information sessions effectively meet our community members where they are in the proposed districts, we have sought the input of stakeholders in each district for the sessions. First, an information session for the proposed East Central Water and Sewer District will be held on March 31st from 6 to 7 p.m. in the auditorium at Stedman Elementary School. Our PIO Public Information Team is working to ensure that information about the session is shared with the community in advance of the event through targeted social media ads within the proposed district, through a press release slated to out on March the 17th, and other social and video items. Our PIO team is also prepared to provide support during the information session. As we have prepared for this information session, we have met with the Stedman mayor, the town administrator, and others to discuss the needs of the community and discuss any anticipated additional information needs that we can provide at the session. For the proposed Cedar Creek Water and Sewer District, we have begun conversations with community leaders and stakeholders regarding the best method for holding information sessions in the Cedar Creek community. Yesterday, our General Manager for Natural Resources, our Public Utilities Program Manager, and myself met with stakeholders in the Cedar Creek community, including a doctor and reverend who was previously the chaplain for our sheriff's office and is a Cedar Creek resident. Other meeting attendees included a deaconess and educator in the Cedar Creek community and a Cedar Creek resident who has extensive experience and expertise working in planning for local and federal government. Based on the recommendations from those stakeholders, we will seek to begin our public information sessions about the district in late April, early May, due to spring break holidays. The stakeholders suggested a series of information sessions partnering with the faith community and other local community centers to host and share information so that community members are informed and can come to the session that best works for them and their needs. We will seek to utilize church locations as initial locations and then move to other community areas if needed. Churches have served in Cedar Creek as locations for community information sessions in the past. As we plan dates for the information sessions, we will work with our public information team to develop marketing materials that can be disseminated within the community, as well as targeted social media ads and related posts. Our conversations with community stakeholders, both in the proposed East Central and Cedar Creek Water and Sewer Districts, have been valuable as we have worked to plan the requested information sessions. I will provide updates for the Cedar Creek information sessions as the plans are finalized. Thank you.
Okay, Manager Greer, anything else to add before we open up for questions or comments?
Nothing else to add.
Madam Clerk, we can ensure we get a hold on the Commissioner's calendar for
Just
this.
place it on there.
Thank you, ma'am. Of course you did. Commissioners, questions or comments on this item? Vice Chairman Jones, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend the staff on promptly working on that. As we know, we did have a large group of concerned citizens from Stedman, and I am pleased and glad that it was a consensus. That's when I moved that forward to say we should have a town hall, having the support of all commissioners. We appreciate you all making sure that happened in a timely manner.
Absolutely.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? I'll just say, just as a point of reference, so this water district, a proposed water district is a planning step. It's not a spending step. So we are just planning. That's all this is. We're trying to match resources to needs. It gives us access to potential funding sources, and allows us to build smart. So again, this is a planning step, not a spending step. Anything else? I think that covers it. Thank you so much, Assistant County Manager Phillips. We appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and move to the added item, Joint 911 Manager's recommendations.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. As we discussed with the city, Consolidated 911, it's one of the things that I over the last 2 years that I've thought about, and I said I need to provide you my perspective on why I think the county should potentially run the administrative part of 911. And you have really about 20-page outline, but the first page is really my perspective and general request, not request, but recommendation. Based on the survey results, majority of the community wanted joint governance or county governance. Over 80% and the survey is included. The call volume is only 5% difference. Total call volume, there's a 36% difference, but that total call is any type of call that comes into the city of Fayetteville versus the dispatch calls. And you'll see there's only a 9,200, really a 9,300 or 4.55% difference. The county, we actually maintain the computer-assisted dispatch for the county and the city and throughout the county. Mental health, the county is responsible for providing the mental health services for the county, and we would be able to be more readily available and to coordinate and deploy services based on our network, alliance network with, and work with Alliance Social Services and our community partnerships such as CommuniCare to deploy mental health services to address the needs of the community. When you look at call dispatch and coordination, there's been over the last 3 years that I've been here, there have been 7 instances when the city of Fayetteville calls have been rolled over to emergency services. Haven't missed a beat. We seamlessly are able to accommodate them. And in our center, we also, only two times that the county has rolled our calls to the city, and it was due to fiber failure, not anything related to our 911 center. The facility, we currently have a facility, and at times, if City of Fayetteville decide to issue the bond, the debt service, I think they have allocated $31 million, potentially save them $45 million over 20 years with interest. And then the revenues will be transferred to the county, and we will have to absorb all the employees budgetarily and operationally. We provide a savings to the city of potentially $6.2 million. Now, I'm not saying that there's a hard line that if you all decide, as we work through this with the city of Fayetteville, that we say that if we said that we administratively have to turn it over to the city, I'll work with the city to make sure we implement it as speedily as possible, make sure we meet the needs. But just from my perspective, my experience over last 30 years working with emergency management, when we have all of the, all the cogs to the wheel, we might as well just go ahead and drive the car, and it'll be easier as far as deployment and transition. And also, I've also included, if it was to work, if we were to move in that fashion, the second and third page started with 1 and 2, an implementation strategy and some of the things that we will have to address. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this topic? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me commend you. This looks like a very thorough report that I look forward to reading in detail, as we all are very interested in 911. Hopefully, possibility joint with the city. So my question is that, as yourself and the town manager over at this Fayetteville, has Doug Hewitt had an opportunity to look at this? And if not, are you all going to have a meeting to review this? And then the second, to make sure that the city council, no doubt, has an opportunity to look at this before our next meeting.
It has been shared previously. What I do plan to do after this meeting is set up a meeting with the city manager to discuss this and try to move this forward. I want to first present it to you all and make sure that I had your feedback before I will move any further.
But the intent would be for the city council, no doubt, to be able to review this if our direction is to do so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has been an issue this board's been trying to tackle. And I first want to commend staff. I want to commend our PIO department for going and getting this survey and getting these responses back from our community and our constituents. Knowing the will of our constituents is always paramount in making these kind of decisions that are going to affect them. And so, we've met with the city. I feel like this board took the bold step of moving forward with a joint governance offer to the city, with splitting cost with the city on a 50-50 basis. And, that was a very thorough process that was done, Mr. Chairman. We were able to get stakeholders in our emergency department come together and make these recommendations. And, that process failed at that time. And so, giving the county manager's analysis, I agree with him. This is what the residents are saying needs to happen. I think this is what the board has said needs to happen. And, the only thing that we've been able to agree with the city on is to consolidate. We did vote and agree with them to consolidate. So I guess, my question to the county manager is kind of along the lines of the vice chairs. We've gone through this process, that we've really, as a county, done our part to play in this. What can we bring to the table, or what is going to change materially from where we've been versus going back now? And how do we get a path to get this done instead of just talking about it, Mr. Chairman?
So I think we'll have a couple course of action, and I'll let the manager speak on that. I believe that manager to manager, there's an understanding. When we left the joint meeting, we directed both managers to come together, find an agreement, and then they would bring that agreement back to their respective boards. To date, we have not got that in agreement. This was brought forward, County Manager Greer, bring this forward so you can frame this into a proposal or an offer to the city manager, the Fayetteville city manager, so that we can get some type of agreement. Is that the intent coming out of here, pending any direction from us?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and since that's a good opening to my next question, if this is going to be put into the form of a proposal, what I would like to see is for staff to make sure that in that proposal we include that mental health component with the funding. I know that would require staff to talk to Behavior Alliance, of which we have the partnership, but then also that of what would be, when you're talking to their manager, what would be their funding responsibility to help basically support that of the mental health component, if this is going to be one big component. Can that be included in here?
Yes. One of the things that we would have to address, and it's on the pages 2 and 3, is there would be a baseline of service, and then there would be an enhanced service. And how do we defray the costs that the county would be absorbing for the enhanced services? There's some additional research that has to go. We have to do regarding 911 and how it's paid for. But additionally, if we can get the framework and get their agreement, I think in my proposal, I'll put in here everything that I just mentioned, especially about mental health and working with them to make sure we address those items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Manager Greer. I just want to be specific on that so that we don't run into another hiccup, that piece in there is in there, so that it's not a situation where when you meet with the manager and, prior to us going to all meet collectively, that's a step in between that we can just avoid from having to go back and come back again.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman, you're speaking to the funding piece of this.
Right, the funding piece. I don't want this to be a situation, this proposal goes forward, and that component piece, although we'll be talking about the elements of mental health, that component piece of financial, if that's not there, that's like a hiccup, then we'd have to go back, come back again. So just ensure that that's included on what the ask is of their responsibility, and even make sure, no doubt, I'm sure the staff will be good at that, to follow up with Behavior Alliance to see where those numbers are going to fall in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson, round 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to add to the vice chair, I agree with the vice chairwoman, and to add to her sentiments, we've got some other programs in our county that we could potentially tap into some of those funds. And thanks to ACM Skeen, she's educated me on some of those alternative funding sources. So, programs like our opioid settlement funds, there may be some dollars there that we could capture to utilize this as well. So I would encourage not just general fund dollars, but let's look at program dollars as well as we're making that financial analysis.
Anything else, Commissioner Tyson?
No, I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Patel, round one.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have two questions. I got you. Mr. Manager, can you go back and clarify the $6.2 million that the city would be saving us?
Well, their budget for 911 is $6.2 million for their costs. 6.2, well, I'm not going, 6.2 million.
Okay. And then second question, I think, and again, this is probably from discussions with ACM Skeens. When the city of Fayetteville employees would transfer over as county employees, their benefit packages and everything would transfer correctly, right?
Yes. One of the things we would have to do is make sure that no one was negatively impacted when they transfer. Retirement, 401k, those things we will have to address as we move forward. That's why in the document it's probably about a year, if agreed upon by the city, probably a year implementation, because you want to make sure that it's apple to apples and stuff. When you want to give everybody the opportunity that if they want to come to the county and that they don't lose any benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones, round three.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Commissioner Patel asking that question. He kind of beat me to it. We always have to make sure we look out for our employees with retirement. And the second piece of that is Commissioner Tyson was stating about the other allocated fundings when we state of mental health. And since he did bring up opiates, I'm glad he did. Let's make sure we keep that component of substance abuse and other fundings as well, such as opiate, open for discussion or to be able to put in there, because many times individuals with mental health needs are also challenged with substance abuse issues as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other comments or questions before I frame up direction?
I have a motion, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like for me to make.
I'd like to make a comment before you make that motion, if I can.
Thank you, Mr.
And then I'll entertain that motion. County Manager Greer, I think it's important in the letter proposal, if you want to call it that we send to the city of Fayetteville, to the manager, I would ask that the chairman and the mayor are CC'd on that. Also, I think it's important that we show a cost savings, even if we have to try to capture it in a way because there has to be a value add. In my conversations around this, they need a compelling offer that when they go to their elected boards, for example, just back of the napkin math, for me, it's probably roughly let's just say $1.5 to $2 million. If we're just moving telecommunications, supervision, we're assuming some facility, we've got technology, training and those types of things would move to us as a baseline level of service. So you got a baseline level of service that they would not pay for, that Spring Lake potentially would not pay for, that Hope Mills would potentially not pay for. So we've got a baseline level of service that we're getting funded through multiple revenue sources, whether it's general fund dollars, E911, or other programs or mechanisms that's out there. Those are dollars that baseline cost that we're saying, the baseline level of service that we are providing is a cost savings to the city. So I think it's important that they realize that cost saving, because that's $2 million, let's just say for discussion purposes, is $2 million. Again, for discussion purposes. That's $2 million that goes back to their general fund. So whether it's $2 million, $1 million, or $500,000, that's dollars that are going back to their general fund that they can then use for something else. On top of and then the enhanced services, of course, they'll pay for. We can talk whether, the question is baseline level of service. To the Vice Chairman's point, are we including in that mental health response team? So is that going into a baseline as part of the baseline level of services? So when the city sees what they're getting for the baseline, that is going to be a cost savings for them. I think it's important when we present this to them that they see a cost savings. That's going to be hard I think it's going to make a compelling argument, I'll put it that way. We've agreed to consolidation. What we haven't agreed on is who's going to run it and who's going to pay for it, or how it's going to be paid for, what the costs are. I think when we say we're going to run it and we're going to save you X amount of millions of dollars or X amount of dollars a year that you're paying from your general fund, because it's above and beyond the E911, we would get all the E911 fees. I think it makes a compelling argument that I think the elected bodies would want to see. Is that possible to capture that baseline cost savings? Even if it's an estimate, and frame it that way?
Yes.
Or am I mistaken that there won't be a cost savings?
Let me do the analysis, because if based on the report that was submitted, if we take on all the employees, that's $6.2 million. So I guess if there's some reimbursement provision based on a baseline of service, I would think that it would probably be, and just half, would probably be about $3 million. But I have to run the numbers right now. I would think if there was some form of reimbursement. So I have to analyze the calls in a detailed nature and come up with the base level and then the enhanced service.
I'm just going to follow up. So my point is, by statute, we're required to provide dispatching services, which is basically a call center. So from that, there's a level of service, that baseline level of service. So we've already had Spring Lake come to us and say, we're terminating that agreement, which we've had that discussion around that baseline level of service for telecommunications, which is the dispatching. We're going to provide that as a base level of service in our 911 center that would go across the county. That's going to provide, I have to believe, again, simple back of the napkin math, that there is going to be a cost savings for each of those municipalities, specifically for the city of Fayetteville, because every one of those dispatchers that get rolled over, that's all a cost saving to them, because that's part of our baseline benefits. That's part of that baseline level plan that we are going to provide them. That's what I understand in looking at this.
Yes. I guess I have to, let me go back and run some numbers, and then I have to bring it back, provide a calculate what I think that estimate is, rough estimate would be.
Okay, could we share that by email? Because I think it's important that we get this letter to them. We had, when we left the joint meeting, we said we were going to come back in the month of March and try to get this shaped. The mayor and I have followed up with conversations around that. We would like to move in March, and probably at this point it's going to be a joint April meeting. It bumps us into spring break and some other things. But I think it's important that part of that offer has a cost savings, because what I have heard is if we give a compelling offer, that is what we need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Mr. Tyson.
And to furthermore add to your point, there's also a capital savings there too. Because if, currently, our current backup PSAP doesn't meet the requirements to be a backup PSAP because of where it's located. That was some of the dollars that were utilized in the creation of our current PSAP.
Correct.
So, if not just operational, like we're talking about, but the capital partnership there to where they're not having to build a new center, we're going to have a backup as well. So there's going to be some synergy there as well, Mr. Chairman, that needs to be captured and articulated in that communication.
I think, Commissioner Tyson, I agree that that's a capture. I think for this, those are the in the weeds details that are going to have to be worked out. The baseline level of services, we should be able to capture that relatively quickly in a simpler form, because it's probably just going to be bodies and facilities, and we kind of have those costs now looking at 911 operations on both parties. So whatever the city's paying, we should be able to capture that and understand that. So I would say let's look at that baseline level of services, and then as part of what the manager laid out in the transition plan, that the capital costs we work out in a future, we work through those. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that being said, I'm glad that you mentioned that of the month of April. It's always good to try to have some deadline dates. I know you can't say exactly which date, but a projection of when we can hopefully have yourself, Mr. Greer, and Mr. Hewitt to meet, and that of even taking an accountability discussion now to hopefully have a meeting for both bodies of government by April, and more than likely April, no later than May, because I would like to see this to stand forward, move forward before budget season. As we know, when we start going into June and July, it's going to be more difficult to try to get both bodies together as well as the two managers. So can we project the time date effectively to say by April or May, being that we're even starting our own budget, of course, no doubt, meetings earlier. So can we get something like that in place, if that's okay, if possible? I don't know how the other board feels about it, but I would like that.
Yes.
So April or May, or can I get?
I would say April. If I can get agreement with the city, and we start implementation for any dollar amounts would not be included in the fiscal year 27 budget, but the fiscal year 28 budget. Can I recognize Gary Crumpler for...
Director Crumpler, you're recognized. Come on up here, either to the table, just come up to the table, Gary. Director Crumpler.
So, to your point, Chairman, and to the manager's point, I think there needs to be additional thorough analysis done, because you have outside factors like the radio system that the city maintains that you're going to have to get the cost on. That could take some time. As far as the 911 board funding, when you talk about that, it does not pay for most of your baseline operating costs. The only thing that it pays for is things that touch a radio and is responsible for making voice to come over the radio. That's why we're able to get voice dispatch through that same initiative. All the expense with personnel benefits and stuff like that, there's no reimbursement whatsoever as we talk about that. So I just wanted to add those in, and then to the manager's point, I think some additional outliers that could take some time. I'll work, if I got your approval, I'll work with the Lisa Reed to try to get that information for you.
So are we looking at 60 or 90 days? Or?
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize what your question is.
I'm sorry. I guess since you said it's going to take some time, since we were saying April and May, so approximate, I know you all can't give the exact date, so we're looking at April, May, 60 days, or is that not enough time just to be realistically for our community?
It's too much time.
Well, I would like shorter, but he says it's going to take time, so is it going to be April or May? Which one?
Could I get with the communications director and then have the county manager send you an email on that as far as timeline? We'll work to make sure that it's short as possible, but I don't know how long it's going to take for them to get the numbers. We're at kind of at their mercy with the information they can provide. So if there's, I think, further direction, I guess political body to political body that could expedite it, but we're at their mercy with them providing their data to us.
I was really hoping it could be at least by the end of April. That's just my take and my opinion, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you for
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest, whether or not the city's responsive or not, this board still gets an update from our manager of where the communication is. So if the response is the city's not responding to us, I think the board needs to know that. And regardless of, how quickly they get us information or not or whatnot, I just think we need to have some metrics and some timing that we can set, and that the board can know kind of where we are in this process.
I will say I'll provide that context at a later time. The proposal that you have right now is the only proposal that's ever been provided to both bodies. So if if the city has something that they would like to provide, I'm open to that too.
County Manager Greer, I don't think that's what the board's asking you. I don't think we're waiting for a proposal from the city. In our conversations, it was, we were going to make a proposal to the city based on what we thought so that we could get an agreement if we were running it. Go ahead, County Manager Greer.
I understand that, Chairman. I just want to get this moving forward. I've been trying to do this for 2 years now, and I will do everything I can to make sure that I get the numbers as soon as possible so we can get the proposal to the city and we can move forward with this.
So let me ask, County Manager Greer, let me ask you this, because we all want it to happen too. We've been moving it forward. The mayor and I convened a public safety group. They've come back. We've convened a joint meeting where we walked out of there and directed the two managers to communicate and come up with a decision or a recommendation that they both agreed with. So my first question is, have we requested any information from the city based on their cost?
Yes.
When?
Several times.
Did you receive it?
No.
Give me that documentation. I would like to have that documentation of when you requested it, who you requested it to, because then I'm going to go to the mayor.
Okay.
If we have not received the information, then we need to clearly define what we haven't got from them. But if they continue to ask us for a proposal and we cannot get the information from them, then we need to clearly specify that.
Chairman.
But we're at a point now, let me finish please, County Manager.
I'm sorry.
We are at a point now where this has gone on since October of last year, where we knew we needed costs, where we knew we needed a proposal that the two managers needed to work through, versus the board's working through this. So I don't want to wait till the end of April. I'm tired of waiting. I think this board is tired of waiting. We need to move forward. So we need an answer. We'll make a motion against it, but go ahead, County Manager.
No, I'll just wait for your motion.
Go ahead if you have a recommendation.
No, I don't have a recommendation. I just will clarify a little bit later. I think, along with some other agreements that we've been working on, I need to provide context in a different time period.
Yes, sir, and I'm right there in the middle of that Parks and Rec agreement as well. In the last week to 2 weeks, they provided the information that we have been asking for the most part, once we drill down into the information. But we'll move back to the 911. Do we have Commissioner Tyson, you said you had a motion when we were ready. I will entertain that motion and may tweak that motion, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we adopt the manager's recommendation as presented to also include a base level of service and enhanced service options, that we move the framework into the form of a legal document, and for that to come back to the board with that draft agreement. Additionally, I move that we look to funding models, including funding streams from programs such as the opioid settlement funds or other sources for our mental health piece associated with this proposal, and that the communication of the structure comes back to both city manager, county manager, mayor, and this board's chairman to include cost savings propositions, and that this comes back to this board before a proposed April joint meeting with the city council.
We've got a motion that's been put on the table. It's been properly seconded. Is there discussion or comments on that motion? Question I would have, Commissioner Tyson, the feedback to this body from the manager is when? Are we going to wait till the April work session, or what's the feedback mechanism based on that motion?
I would say that if we're going to have the meeting in April, Mr. Chairman, that it comes back no later than the first regularly scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting in April.
So that regular scheduled board meeting, Madam Clerk, is the 13th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that by email or is that presented at that meeting?
Presented at the meeting.
So we're going to give another 30 days to gather the data, put together the proposal, have an agreement with the manager, and bring that back to this board at the 13th meeting, which is a regular scheduled meeting. It's not a work session, but that's fine. Vice Chairman Jones, you have a comment or question on the motion?
Yes, and just a comment for clarification, and that is if he's, it will be noted that he will request it if he doesn't give it back. That's the date he has to present, whether they presided or not. He'll either be coming back with it or with a, and just for our listening audience, or he'll just be coming back to state that he was not able to receive what he requested, correct?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, that would be the intent, would be the manager would report back to us by that date.
Whatever the findings are. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you.
Question or comment on the motion, Commissioner Patel?
I have a comment / question. Would it, Commissioner Tyson, for your motion, would it be okay if the county manager has answers prior to the next meeting to share with the board via email or?
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
So the motion on the table is to, by the 13th, no later than the 13th, if the information is available earlier, that is provided to this board via email. If not, at the 13th April meeting, the manager will bring back a proposal that has been agreed on by both the manager, by the city manager and the county manager on the consolidated 911. If there's not a response from the city, the board will be made aware of that as well. Any other questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. Raise your right hand.
Unanimous?
And I'll just as a follow-up, and it's not a motion, but County Manager Greer, I still want to see that, the request to the city manager or whatever body it went to for the information on the funding, because I will take that up board to board.
Let's just move forward, Chairman.
I want to make sure you acknowledge my ask.
I acknowledge your ask, but the actual requests were made in meetings, no documented email, and conversations. I'll go back through my email, but I will say that the only proposal that had ever been received and made was mine.
And this isn't a question of whether they made a proposal or we made a proposal. This is a question on whether we asked for the data to substantiate the proposal that we're putting together so that we understand the cost. If you're saying that happened verbally and there was never a formal ask for it, okay. That's what's being said?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, any other questions on this item? All right, we'll go ahead and move to item 1. We are at the 4:20 mark. Again, I want to be respectful. We've been going for about another hour and 15 minutes. Do we need to take a recess and break? If not, we'll go ahead and move forward. We'll go ahead and move to item 1, approval of the agenda. County Manager Greer, I'd ask for your updates to the agenda.
Yes, Chairman Devier, there are a couple of improvements. We want to pull item 3B, mobile incident command post funding model. Pull the alternative site, item 3D, pull the alternative site for unhoused support center and move and pull that item. Under consideration of agenda items, we want to pull also or move to project update the contract approval. We want to pull the contract approval. We'll move the update to the contract approval for SFLA architects and architectural services to Crown update. Move item 4, project update to Gillespie Street lot. And then add item 3M, Manchester Fire District. Under the other items, add monthly project update, Crown Arena Theater and renovation and modernization with the timeline project team and architect contract approval for SFLA. B, unhoused support center, no action update. Aquatic Center update. Under other items, Gillespie Street lot update, provide direction regarding next step for Gillespie Street lot. And then in the courthouse parking, we have the monthly reports, we have commissioner requests, and then we have a closed session, attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 143, 118, 11A-3, and real property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143, 318, 11A5.
Mr. Chairman, the attorney-client matter that I had asked to put on there is gone away.
Okay.
So there is not a reason for the attorney-client.
Are we moving that item, are we bringing that item forward then?
No, it's no longer an item.
Okay.
I'm talking about the Camorras.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the part of the Crown owner's rep. Okay. All right, let me see if I can summarize this. So we're gonna go ahead and move. We're gonna pull items 3B. We're gonna pull item 3D. We're gonna move item H and I to a project update, which is now under item 4. And also under item 4, we'll have a monthly project update, which will be Crown Arena Theater renovation that will include timeline, and then the contract approval on SFLA that was moved. Additionally, we will also, under the project update, you'll have the item 2I is moved to item 4 project update for the Gillespie Street lot update as well. And then we have Unhoused Support Center, Aquatic Center under the monthly report that has been updated.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I have a question.
Question on those moves.
Actually, not on that one, but so are we in need or not in need of closed session?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. We will still have a closed session for real estate purposes.
That was my question. Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioners, we understand those changes. Again, we are pulling item B. We are pulling item D on item 3, item 3B, item 3D we're pulling. We are moving item 3H and item 3I to item 4 other items where we're adding a monthly project update, and those will fall under the corresponding project. And then we're adding an item M for Manchester Fire District under item 3M. Any questions or comments on those changes? Board, just for your information, as we move forward, what you just saw on the monthly project update, that will be an ongoing line at this agenda session. So each month you'll see a project update on those items that we have listed. The Crown Arena and Theater renovation, Unhoused Support Center, Aquatic Center, Gillespie Street lot, and courthouse parking. If there's updates or items that we need board action on, they will fall in under the monthly project updates. Any other questions or comments on the the approval of the agenda? Or anything else we need changed, excuse me? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry, Vice Chairman, but I'm calling you for a motion.
That's okay. I move to approve the agenda with the amendments of that's been pulled and stated by the chairman, that we approve it with those adjustments that have already been stated.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the agenda as modified. It's been properly seconded. Are we all back up online or no? All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Yeah, I'm not back on.
All right, and we'll go ahead and move forward. We've got item 2, approval of the minutes. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for a motion.
Yes, I move that we approve the minutes from February 12, 2026 for the agenda session as noted.
Second the motion.
We've got a motion on the table to approve the minutes from the February 12, 2026 meeting. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item 3, consideration of agenda items. Local Emergency Planning Committee funding. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Gary Crumple, Emergency Services Director, will present this item and a request for approximately $30,000 for active incident training exercises, and Gary will provide information and context about it. Gary?
Director Crumpler, before you present. I think the board has reviewed the documentation in the packet. Commissioner Tyson, I entertain a motion if you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we, I have it right here.
3A.
Where did it go? 3A.
You got it?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
all right.
Make a motion that we approve the allocation of the $30,000 to conduct site-specific multi-agent training and exercises involving law enforcement, fire, EMS, and emergency management. This funding will support active assailant response exercises, hazardous materials scenario planning, and coordinated critical incident training at community facilities to strengthen responder coordination, protect life and property, and reduce risk to Cumberland County. I further move the item to the March 16, 2026 regular meeting as a consent agenda item.
Second.
We've got a motion on the floor to approve the allocation and move it to the March 16th consent agenda. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item B was pulled. We'll move to item C, HUD return of funds, community development block grant, housing rehabilitation program.
Yes, Rashawn Emanuel, Communities Development Director, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Ray, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think the board has reviewed your item, and I do not believe there are any questions at this time. Unless there are, board, I will entertain a motion from Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Yes, I make a motion that we have a second and vote to authorize the return of $98,800 in HUD funds to the United States Treasurer, with the understanding that the funds will be redirected to the county's HUD's account for future eligibility, as also to be placed on the item for the March 16th, 2026 regular meeting agenda as a consent agenda item.
Second.
We've got a motion to authorize the return of the $98,000 HUD funds and to move this item to the March 16th regular meeting as a consent agenda item. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we'll go ahead and move, item D has been pulled. We'll go ahead and move to item E, opioid settlement funds contracts. County Manager Greer.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Heather Skeens, Assistant County Manager and Acting Health Director, to present and answer any questions you may have regarding the opioid contract. Heather?
Commissioners. First of all, Assistant County Manager Skeens, thank you for the detailed email that you sent out as a lead up to this information. I don't believe we have any questions on this item. Commissioners, let me know if you do. If not, I'll entertain a motion from Vice Chairman Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we move to approve the contracts of the following agencies: North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition, $793,335. Also that of the ATS of North Carolina LLC, DBA Carolina Treatment Center of Fayetteville, $800,000. Southlight Healthcare, $761,708. Community Health Intervention Specialty Clinic for $800,000. And last but not least, Mid-Carolina Council of Governments for $800,000. We would like for all of those. I make a motion to be approved.
We have a second?
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the contracts as part of the opioid settlement funds. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you. Just clarification on the motion, Mr. Chairman. We're making a motion to approve the contracts at this meeting today, or we're making the motion to place it on our regularly scheduled agenda? And I would just mention, some of our commissioners aren't present. We may want to put it on that so that they can review.
Do you have a friendly amendment to add it to the consent agenda on March 16th?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? So we modified the motion to approve the contracts for the opioid settlement and to move it to the consent agenda on March 16th. Hearing no other questions, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item F, resolution of intent for regional water supply planning.
Yes.
County Manager Greer.
Yes, Amanda Lee, General Manager of Natural Resources. I gotta get used to the / Solid Waste Director. Will present this item, answer any questions you may have as we look to regionalize our water. Amanda?
Ms. Lee, thank you for providing the information ahead of time. It allows the board to prepare. I think we're ready at this time to make a motion. I'll call on I'll call on Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Chairman. At this time, I'll make a motion that we adopt the attached resolution of intent supporting regional water supply planning in coordination with local and regional partners and place as an item of consent on the March 16, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Got a motion to approve the resolution of intent for regional water supply planning. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to item G, amendment of contract for professional auditing services for fiscal year 25. County Manager Greer.
Yes, I turn this over to Robin Kuntz, Finance Director, Chief Financial Officer, regarding the contract and the contract amendment and the need for it. Robin?
Ms. Kuntz, thank you again for providing the information ahead of time. I think our board is properly prepared to move forward with a motion at this time. I'll call on Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we approve the revised contract for editing services with Cherry Barcard LLC for the fiscal year 2025 audit and place this on the March 16th, 2026 regular meeting as a consent item on the consent agenda.
Second the motion.
Got a motion to approve the contract for professional auditing services for fiscal year 2025. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Kuntz. We'll go ahead and move. Item H has been moved to item 4. Item I has been moved to item 4. We'll go ahead and move to item J, updates for board and commissioners. I'll call on County Manager Greer for this item.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Andrew Tibby, clerk to the board, to present and for answering questions you may have. Andrew?
At the February 26 Boards and Commissions Committee meeting, the clerk and deputy clerk recommended some additional updates to the Boards and Commissions Committee for approval. At the March 5th, 26 Policy Committee meeting, the committee members requested additional information be added, and we added that information in there to include discussing the bylaws and rules for each of those boards and commissions, and that a letter will be sent to all applicants to notify them of their appointment or if they were not appointed. But everything else was the same. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those.
Quick question, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. That also includes that of the changing of the structure of how long they serve. I know we were discussing that during the board commissions committee in itself. The structure, that includes that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. What we will do is we'll update the terms to either a spring appointment, which will end on March 31st, or a fall appointment, which ends November 30th, except for those boards that are statutorily required to be July or December.
And thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you. I make a motion that we approve the changes to the updates for boards and commissions as presented, and that we forward this to the March 16, 2026 regular meeting as a consent agenda item.
Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the updates for board and commissions and forward it to the March 16th regular meeting as consent item. Are there any discussions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item K, Commissioner Agenda Item Request Form.
Yes, Andrew Tebby, clerk to the board, will present this item, and as discussed in the policy committee meeting this past week, the item request form. Andrew?
Yes. As the commissioners requested that we review some protocols for that, I met with the county attorney and he gave me some recommendations on the protocols. I've attached those to the item. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Commissioners, questions on this form? So we're already doing commissioner requests. This just allows us to have a standard piece of information that goes into the packet so that we can review it ahead of time.
And if the board does approve, I will work with IS to create a fillable form that commissioners can use.
Any other questions or comments on the item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we approve the Commissioner Agenda Item Request Form and the attached protocols, and that we direct the clerk to work with the form for the use of the Board of Commissioners and place this on the March 16, 2026 regular meeting as a consent agenda item.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the consent agenda item request form in other protocols. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item L, contract for funding Cape Fear Regional Theater. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Rick Moorfield, County Attorney, will present this requested change into the Cape Fear Regional Theater contract. Rick?
The board approved the request that was actually made by the theater folks back in June of last year for the award to be spread out over 4 years, but the project is to be completed in the first 2 fiscal years. There's some peculiarities with the statute that address this that make it a little, that's the reason I had to get some guidance. But the simplest way to fix this would be to just, if the board's willing to do so, to drop it back to just 2 years, with half of it being appropriated this year and half in the next fiscal year. But I'll be glad answering questions.
Quick question from the chair before we open it up for comments. We need a budget ordinance amendment for this or no?
The budget was $875. If they increase it here, you'll meet.
Yes, right now what's currently budgeted is $875,000 into programmed into 26, and then in the debt model in the future years is 27, 28, 20, and 29.
Okay.
So if we need to move anything forward, yes, I would bring back a budget ordinance amendment.
Okay.
But that would affect the debt model.
Yes.
Okay. Questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, Vice Chairman Jones, I entertain a motion.
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the funding over 2 years equally of $1.75 million for each year, complete the pre-audit process, allow the chairman to sign the contract on behalf of the county and the Board of Commissioners, and to place this on the March 16th, 2026 regular meeting agenda as a consent item. And I also make a motion that we assure that at the appropriate time that the adjustment and budget ordinance amended that's needed be required to be approved.
Second the motion.
We've got a motion on the table to move forward with the contract for funding for the Cape Fear Regional Theater and move it to the consent agenda on March 16th. Just as a point of clarification, the budget ordinance will be part of that.
Yes.
Will be part of that packet that's brought back to us on the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions or comments on this motion? Hearing none, I will ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to item M, which is the Manchester Fire District. County Manager Greer.
Yes, recently myself, along with Emergency Management, Emergency Services Director Gary Crumpler, Freddie Johnson, and myself met with the Newtown Spring Lake Manager, along with their Chief Williams, regarding the funding for Manchester District. Originally, we proposed $649,000 based on the board's direction back in February, if I'm correct, late January, and a couple other things regarding them having to work out of the Manchester Station, and also we will provide them funding for about $50,000 to where immediately start running mutual aid. Recently, the board, Spring Lake took it to their board on Monday, and now I guess this is their formalized request that came back, that the county provide funding of approximately $647,507. As far as mutual aid transition payment, they will receive $50,000 for their services, and that they will operate all fire services emergency calls from the Manchester Fire Station located at 2355 Littleton Highway, Spring Lake, North Carolina, known as Spring Lake Fire Station 11. And then they realized the capital contribution the county would, or through the fire tax, the county would, or they would receive the $75,000 that they've been receiving towards the facility for the mortgage payment. Additionally, there was a discussion regarding the $37,500 annual contribution to the capital reserve for the Station 11 maintenance and apparatus replacement specific to Manchester only, or the county would pay an annual facility use fee payment of $37,500 to the town of Spring Lake. Recognize that the municipality land and building asset is being dedicated to the county fire service delivery, and this payment is separate from the formula funding that is not subject to the formula adjustment. Additionally, that MIA planning designation that the city town of Spring Lake would include Manchester in their planning jurisdiction and growth, hopefully within 1 year. And some additional terms, the contract term would be for 3 years based on the annual incentive formula guarantee funding floor of $600,000, regardless of formula fluctuations, to the town of Spring Lake. Termination protection for Spring Lake exits the agreement. The county receives a minimum of 365 days notice to secure alternative coverage. If the county exit, Spring Lake retains the use of Station 11 and underlying land and no county claim on either asset. Be an annual reconciliation of services provided to the Manchester District, and then mutual aid governments upon full contract transfer on July 1, 2026. Mutual aid between Spring Lake and the surrounding district is governed by the standalone automatic aid agreement and defined response zones and compensation. Mutual aid terms are not folded into or made contingent upon the fire service contract. And so I guess we're asking for your approval for these terms. Additionally, one reason why we're bringing this and having to do this at this point in time is because if this is agreed upon by the board, we will have to make notification to West Area Fire District because in their provision, in their contract, we have to give them 90 days notice. So we will have to do this by April 1st. And so I take any questions any commissioners may have.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to commend the fire department. They do a great job. And my question is this: I want to make sure I'm under the correct understanding, as we always put safety first, and I know our community would like to be educated on this well. This agreement, and we're stating for 3 years, is that not standard across for the most part? If someone can make sure I'm clear on that, my understanding from talking to the chief of the sheriff's department, 3 years, is that of an agreement that all of our for the most part, all of our fire stations get? Is that not correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on that. And again, thank you all, as I know that we've all been receiving some emails from different residents in Spring Lake, and we want to make sure, as was stated earlier from our audit, we got to look out for our smaller municipalities as well. So thank you all for putting this together. It looks good, and you too, Mr. Chairman, to ensure that our residents in Spring Lake that also work and abide and shop here in Fayetteville are looked out for. And I'm glad to hear that 3 years is that of what's put in place, not just for this fire department, but for all of the fire stations. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
So just if I can give a little background, and then I'll open up for comments. Manager Greer put together a proposal that was the framework around this. He and the town manager met. That was presented to their board. This is a follow-up to that so that we can, if you recall, back before the election last year, the board sent us a resolution. So board talk and resolutions So we need to respond to that resolution. And so today we need to come up with our direction based on a framework that we would propose back to the town of Spring Lake, and we can look at how we do that back to the town of Spring Lake for approval before the end of March, based on what the county manager said about us if we're terminating the relationship with West Area for the Manchester district. Then there's a timeliness to this, which is why we just thought it was better to move it to the board, get board consensus and approval, and then move it back to Spring Lake to get action. I've spoke with the mayor, and so she is anticipating a response from us this week, and she'll work to move it in a timely manner. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add a little bit to that, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Fire Commissioner.
I received a letter from the State Fire Marshal's office, which I had copied the board on and the county manager on. And so I just want to make sure everybody knows and the listening public knows, Manchester is at risk of losing its ISO classification. Our current dispatch with West Area, we appreciate West Area Fire Department for stepping up at a time when they were needed. They've done operationally the best job, Mr. Chairman, that they could with where they are geographically. But just for folks to understand, if this fire district loses its ISO, it loses the ability to get fire insurance, to be rated. So this is a big issue. The fire marshal's office had agreed to give us some time to work through this, but due to the length of the dispatch from where West Area Fire Station is located to the proximity of this district, it doesn't meet the 6-mile requirement. So I want to make sure everybody understands that. And the other thing that I'd like to add, Mr. Chairman, is our county manager did and has worked with Chief Bass as well, and they weren't able to meet the same requirements that Spring Lake is willing to do. And so they were given that opportunity, Mr. Chairman. So I'm in support of this. I think we got to do right by the people of Manchester Fire District. They deserve adequate fire protection and first-class fire protection. And if there's no other comments or questions, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion when you are.
Commissioners, any other questions before we entertain a motion? Hearing none, Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we approve the following proposal. The Fire Protection and Emergency Services contract for the Manchester Fire District will transfer to the town of Spring Lake on July 1st, 2026. The county will provide funding to the town of Spring Lake in the amount of $647,507, consistent with the same formula applied to every volunteer fire department in Cumberland County. This ensures equity access across the county fire service system and reflects the district's actual tax base, ISO rating, and service characteristics. I further move that the town of Spring Lake and Spring Lake Fire Department immediately begin providing mutual aid on all fire protection and emergency calls within the Manchester Fire District. The county will make a payment of $50,000 to the town of Spring Lake for the service immediately. The contract term will be through June 30th, 2029, based on the annual volunteer fire department incentive formula adopted by this board. The guaranteed county funding floor of $600,000 in formula contributions, regardless of formula fluctuations, through the June 30th, 2029 contract date. If Spring Lake exits the agreement, the county receives a minimum of 180 days notice to secure alternative coverage, and that we authorize the chairman to send the letter that we have a copy of today to Mayor Anthony back to Spring Lake outlining the proposal and request the town of Spring Lake communicate the town's acceptance or rejection on or before Friday, March 27, 2026. And Mr. Chairman, before I I conclude my motion. I would also make an ask of the board. West Area Fire Department purchased equipment. They purchased some things directly to do this contract. I do believe, we do have the right to terminate it, but I would also request that we authorize the county manager to work with Scott Bath to provide some sort of consideration for the fact that they bought all this equipment now, and that he come back with a proposal on what that framework would look like as this comes back to this board, Mr. Chairman.
We've got a motion, a very long motion, so I won't restate it, along with a second. Just as a point of clarification, Mr. Bass is the fire chief for West Area. In the time frame for the manager to come back to us on that.
If it could come back at the same time that the contract comes back from Spring Lake, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments on the motion? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Tyson, I do have a question in regards to that proposal. Are you stating that they should get reimbursed, or help me clarify some of that for me as far as, because they obviously will no longer be in service. So are you stating, can you clarify a little bit more for me, that they get financially some type of compensation since they don't have that equipment, or can that equipment also twofold, can they get some compensation, and also that of, can it be used or donated to another fire department? Can you help me on some specifics or recommendation? Is that what you're requesting, just for our listening audience too, for the manager to negotiate with him something on those lines?
So,
or what?
Madam Vice Chair, it would be my ask that we allow the manager some latitude to kind of frame that up and kind of formulate based on conversations that he would have with the fire chief and the board there, and then present options back to us on what that could potentially look like.
Okay, can I just follow up?
Go ahead.
Well, Manager, could that be some consideration? Of course, you all are going to negotiate other things, but if possible, we're all about savings and not waste. Could that be consideration of something you can maybe discuss? I'm sure the conversation would be a lot more in depth than that, but just that of the use of the, I'm sure that individuals would appreciate that, the use of the equipment in itself and compensation of, I'm not going to say what dollar amount, you all can handle that, but that's just some of my thoughts that maybe hopefully can be taken into consideration on behalf of our community.
There have been preliminary conversations regarding that, as we discussed this with the town of Spring Lake and the Fire Chief Association.
Thank you so much. Thank you both.
So to capture that last item, Commissioner Tyson, so we're clear, is to authorize the county manager to negotiate with the West Area Fire Chief for consideration due to the termination of the contract, and bring that back to us with options.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I will ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to item 4, updated the monthly project updates, and we'll start with the Crown Arena Theater renovation and modernization. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Chairman Debbie and fellow commissioners, hold on one second. I want to provide an update of where we are with the Crown modernization and renovation. Everything has been moving accordingly. The owner's rep we have selected back in February, the owner's rep of Turner, Townsend, and Henry. We're working through the contract process with them. We also selected SFLA regarding architects, local firm, for the architects design, architectural services and design back at the same time, and working through the contracting process with them. The selection of the CMAR, due to questions and some of the feedback from the owner's rep, we should have the short list, or not the short list, the actual proposals from the CMAR prospective firms will receive due by March 25th. We plan to have start a list meeting, go through the meeting, and have interviews April 13th and through the 15th, and bring a selection to the board soon thereafter, on the 15th. Need to schedule, after we determine who the CMAR is, determine the planning meeting, or develop a planning committee so we can develop the scope of the project so we can finalize the contracts. And hopefully, we can do that with board direction and do that the week of the April 27th so we can get finalized contracts on the scope, whether we're going to modernize or renovate the Crown Theater and Arena. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Commissioners, update or questions on the timeline? Vice Chairman Jones, you're
I want to
ready.
make sure I read this down correctly. So you said to bring the information back by, was that April 27th? Did I get that correct? Or was it the 13th?
We would like to have the planning meeting the week of April 27th. We'll plan to bring back the selection on the 15th. I think we have an agenda session meeting on the 15th, and that's when we'll bring back the selection, because we would.
Okay.
We have a meeting on the 13th, but we'll actually be conducting interviews on that day.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Greer.
Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Just thank you, Chairman. I wanted to see if we have a plan to formally engage OVG into this process.
Yes, as we move through the interview process, I've been in contact with OVG, talked with Seth that I would want him to be on the interview panel for actually selecting the CMAR. And there's a contract that we need to move forward with OVG. But from this point forward, need to have OVG at the table so they can help us with the selection and help us with how we move forward over the next few months.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is going to be more directed at the county attorney, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So we have a draft contract on this item for our review.
Commissioner Tyson, we're just still on item A, timeline.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'll reserve my question then.
Any other comments on the timeline? A couple questions from the chair. So this timeline, based on the CMAR's approval and the CMAR's adjustment has been about 30 days. So we've slipped about 30 days due to the CMAR's selection.
Yes, about 30 days, yes.
Okay. And so the project team would consist of the owner's rep, the CMAR, the OVG, and the architect, and then our county team as well, our project manager, correct?
Yes.
And currently, the project manager for this project is who?
Will be Ken Griffin, the county engineer.
Okay. And can he provide, or through you to the commissioners, a timeline past the April 27th? Well, as I understood, the planning meeting is going to happen the week of April 27th. So can we have a timeline, anything past April 27th at this point?
I think we need to have the planning meeting first, because one of the feedback that we keep receiving is that we need to know what the scope is. It actually a modernization or renovation? What the board pleasure is with that, and then also we need to define, based on that, what we look at the budget would be. If we could get that on the week of the 27th, I think we can provide a timeline after that date, planning the rest of the project.
So again, just to clarify, you're going to finish the CMAR interviews. You plan to bring back the CMAR contract to us at the April 27th meeting? And the only reason why I ask is how do you do a planning meeting if we don't have them under contract?
I'm trying to, we will push as fast as we can to get get them under contract. That has been, a challenge.
Anything the board can do to assist?
No, not right now.
Go ahead, County Manager.
I think we need to have a conversation in closed session. Attorney-client privilege.
I'm going to defer that to the attorney if we have a closed session discussion. But we can go into closed session. If it's not a closed session item, then we'll come back out.
Yeah, okay. If it is about these contracts, okay, I don't have a problem with that. I didn't know we were that far along. That was my question.
Okay.
Chairman, I would just say we can do it as a regular closed session. I wouldn't stop the meeting for this. I think we can handle it during the regular closed session.
Okay, and we've got one. We've got one scheduled today. We just need to adjust to add back attorney-client privilege. All right. Any other questions? So as I understand it, we're going to move. We've got a owner's rep. We're not under contract with the owner's rep. We have not signed a contract. We're going to see an AIA contract for the architect today. The CMAR is finishing the selection 13 to 15. Hopeful to bring back that contract to the board on the 27th. The week of the 27th, we'll see a planning meeting. And then from there, once we have a planning meeting, then we'll be able to look at, based on what comes out of the planning meeting and the scope, we'll be able to see a longer-term timeline for this project. And we also have to have OVG. Do we plan to bring back the OVG contract on April 27th as well?
Probably earlier than that, probably the first meeting in April.
Okay. And that's the 13th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Okay. No action there. Just an update on the timeline. We'll move to item B.
So, Mr. Chairman, with the questions I had, it may change based upon that discussion of that closed session. So, with this draft contract, I don't know that I'm prepared to move on this currently without that information.
Okay. Can we go ahead and present the item, and if we're still not comfortable, we can move it to the closed session if needed? Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and move to the contract approval for SFLA.
Yes, this is a contract, a general contract for architect and architectural services for the crown renovation and modernization. I'm going to turn this one over to Rick Moorfield to provide context. Rick?
You want to talk about the SFLA? Which that contract?
SFLA. Or you want to do that in closed session?
I thought that we were going to do it in closed session.
We're going to do that in closed session.
Okay. We're going to talk about the AIA contract in closed session?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the draft they sent. This is not the working draft we were using. That's different. Okay. That was going to be my question.
Okay. Anything else for the Crown Arena and Theater modernization?
No.
All right. We'll go ahead and move. We pulled the item on the unhoused support center based on the site. We have to receive an update on that in closed session. Item C, aquatic center. Is there an update on that?
Yes, the aquatic center closed on February the 20th. We received 14 responses. We will be developing a short list on the 18th of this month for interviews. Interviews and selection will be completed on March 26th, and a recommendation brought to the board on April 13th.
All right. Commissioners, questions on the aquatic center, and that's just a feasibility study, correct?
Yes, a feasibility study.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just actually a comment, and thank you all for giving that information. I would like discussion, if not this time, at another date, to see about at least by the end of April for the community committee that was put together. Perhaps we can have a meeting after we get this information for the end of April to keep them locked in step, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, ma'am. Vice Chairman, I agree. We kind of, our next step, we're kind of in a holding pattern until we got the feasibility study.
I will say that I've been peppered with a lot of emails about the Aquatic Center, and people want to be on whatever committee that we have.
Well, we established a working group. We met with them once. We received input. That's the input we provided to help frame the feasibility study. So I would imagine once we identify who's doing the feasibility study, they'll have a community engagement piece, which we have that stakeholder group already established.
Yeah, that was my concern. That's the group I'm speaking of. I don't want them to be, I know we have to get this information in, but it's been quite a few months, and to be quite frank, some of those individuals that we pick have reached out by email.
Vice Chairman, I will provide the clerk a short update from the board, and we'll get it out to that stakeholder group if that meets your...
That would be great. I appreciate that.
I will do that. I will do that this week to give myself a suspense, Vice Chairman.
I was going to ask for a deadline date, so thank you.
I will have that accomplished this
Andrea,
week, and as normal, any communications from the chair, I will CC the entire commission.
Appreciate it.
We'll move to item D, Gillespie Street lot update.
Yes, I will have Amanda Lee, General Manager of Natural Resources and Solid Waste Director, to provide an update on the Gillespie Street lot and provide some information regarding the green space and parking. Amanda?
Thank you. So this is the current state of the Gillespie Street lot. The lot is still under an erosion control permit and an NPDES permit for stormwater discharge. And the erosion control permit in place represents the permanent impervious area and parking associated with the previous development concept. And so to comply with the North Carolina Erosion Control and Sedimentation Act, the site requires temporary stabilization. The permanent stabilization is yet to be determined. So the current status is that county forces stabilized the site with aggregate that was already in place and prepared a seed bed for temporary vegetation where there was no aggregate. The disturb area has been inspected by DEQ Fayetteville Regional Office and is determined to be compliant with the active permit. But these erosion control measures must remain in place until the project is ready for closeout. So to close out the project, the current erosion control plan must be modified to include the appropriate permanent development, and that erosion control plan may include a vegetated area for permanent development. We could modify that permit to show what's out there now so that we can close out the erosion control permit. Right now, my solid waste staff is managing that erosion control permit with monitoring after storm events and in compliance with the permit. But once permanent vegetation is in place, the erosion control measures may be removed, and those measures are the 2 perimeter diversion ditches, the perimeter silt fence, the construction entrance, and the sediment trap. So in terms of cost, a budgetary cost for sodding the entire site is around $90,000. For irrigation, around $60,000. I put in an engineering fee of $19,000 to include a site survey and the erosion control permit modification to close out the existing erosion control plan. I also want to do a site file review to ensure all permits are properly closed out. And then I've also included some engineering fees to include some renderings for some permanent development concepts, to include landscape architectural design for around $20,000 if that is your desire. Some additional considerations. This parking area is in a DT1 zone, which does not require parking. However, if parking is implemented, it must meet the current City of Fayetteville UDO requirements for parking. At some point, the temporary construction fence is going to have to be removed, and if it's decided to put in additional fencing, permanent fencing, that will require a permit. We can explore other options such as hardscaping, landscaping, but these modifications, any kind of development you do will will require an erosion control permit and site permit for land disturbance. And I just want to mention that you've already got some erosion control devices out there. If you wanted to implement improvements now, that's certainly an option you can look at instead of just closing out the erosion control permit. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. Why did we look exclusively at sod as opposed to another mechanism like sprigging or hydroseeding?
Well, okay. First of all, we've got the site hydroseeded now. And our landfill crews did it with a really big hydroseeder, so we've got some wheel ruts in there, but it's stabilized, okay? It's not a permanent. And I just heard some comments about concerns about having a lush green lawn, and so that's why I focused on the sod concept. I also wanted to add that we have some cost for putting the entire site in aggregate. I failed to mention those with the budget cost numbers. And it depends on the depth of the aggregate that we did some pricing for a 4-inch aggregate at what that budgetary number is about $125,000. And then for an 8-inch depth, that number would be $250,000.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So is the hydroseeding efforts we've already done satisfactory to meet the vegetation requirement and close out permit?
So the seeding that we did now consisted of wheat and ryegrass, and I might have put a little wildflower seed in there. And those are all perennials. I don't have any kind of annual grass in there. We were kind of running up against odd planting times. But we could go back and plant like a permanent grass there to satisfy the erosion control. So we could close out the plan by putting in the permanent seeding, hydroseeding permanent seeding, and permitting. The aggregate area is considered stabilized. So we could make the modified plan match what's out there and close out the erosion control plan, and then county forces could go remove the erosion control measures if that's one option.
And the cost associated with that?
With
if we went with that option?
With that option, in terms of just, that would be your engineering fees, which was, go back to that slide.
$19,000.
That would primarily be your engineering fees and probably some additional seeding. We did prepare a seed, but when we did the hydroseed, we didn't just put seed down. We actually brought out a compost soil mix and did a lot of that work using county forces to save cost. So I think the majority of the cost would be associated with the revision of the erosion control permits.
Real quick, County Manager Greer.
Yes, and we took those measures because we were getting feedback from DEQ regarding that. And so that's the reason why we didn't fully hyper-seed as all. And I would say that we've been really pleased by what Amanda and her staff were able to do in such a short period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me add one thing. DEQ is satisfied that we have addressed their concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be in favor of that option as presented, just FYI, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Amanda, these prices that we're discussing when it's talking about engineering and the other prices, that's for the county taking care of this, not with an RFP. Is that for our staff that would be providing this in our departments? Those prices that I'm seeing for you?
So the engineering cost, to some of that would be an outside engineer to do the survey work and the CAD work needed to modify this erosion control plan. But then in terms of the restoration work, like filling in this device and removing the silk fence and filling in the ditches, we would do that with county forces.
Okay, and then just one follow-up. I know that you had stated that these are the prices, everything new, but then you stated that things could be erosion treated now. Do we have a price comparison to if we were to start now versus to that up there, as you were stating? Do we have a configuration price comparison?
For like looking at other green space alternatives,
Yes.
is that what? So I think I had a quote of, I think it was
Just out of curiosity, what's the comparison?
$20,000 to engage like a landscape architect to look at some potential concepts for that area, to add things like amenities and
Such as benches or different things like that?
benches
Okay.
and native species, trails, that kind of thing.
That was all for me, thank you.
In board guidance was temporary green space. That was the board action. I just want to make sure we're all remembering that. Okay.
Yeah, that's the temporary.
I'm just clarifying, we start talking benches and everything else. I just want to remind people, temporary green space.
Thank you.
Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Lee. I've got a question. So considering all the regulatory needs in one bucket, just kind of to be clear, or with my question, given the parking needs that the community's pretty much told us every which way they can, that we need more parking, then secondly, the fact that we have our economic development folks working on maybe, trying to find a project for this site, would you be able to theoretically put down crush and run or a similar product to have that temporary parking lot, and then if we ideally build something, we can reutilize and recycle that product into the future development?
My initial discussions with city planning has been, if we incorporate any planning, it will have to meet current UDO standards. So it would have to be an improved parking area with pavement and meet landscaping requirements.
Go ahead.
So, and this may be prior to the UDO getting changed, but the reason I'm asking about the crush and run is there's the parking lot behind the Medical Arts Building on Hayes Street that's gravel or crush and run. And I mean, is that prior to the UDO change, or?
I could go back and look at some aerial photos to see when that parking lot was established, but if it was before the UDO, it would have been grandfathered in, so.
Vice Chairman Jones, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know at one time the board was discussing, and we had those surveys, possibility of partial, some of it being used for green space, but then another part of it being used. Maybe that's another time. I know it's getting late. Discussion, there was how some of it could still be parking lot, but then the other area could be that of other areas. Did we look into any options on that retrospect, or can we do that possibility? That was some of the ideas that were thrown out from the surveys. Not all of it necessarily being converted back to the parking lot, but how some space could be utilized for something, and then what the price would be if only a portion was that of parking lot, and if it would meet the standards of UDA.
I mean, that's an option. You're not required to put any parking. You can put some parking, and we could look at making use of the existing aggregate that's there if you wanted to look at that parking, but we would have to go back through and do a site plan and the development plan for that parking lot. And you would have to have an erosion control plan, or we could modify this erosion control plan to some form of parking lot.
Commissioners, other questions? A couple questions from the chair. One, so make sure I understand. So if we continue this, forgive my wrong probably terminology, you continue to make the rest of that the way you've already put the seed down. So if we complete the rest of that, doing what you did, then we can take down all the fencing and you're just going to have green space, correct?
Yes, we could. We would have to close out the erosion control permit. We would have to modify the existing permit to match what's here now. And then, once it was determined stabilized, we could take down the fence, fill in the pond, and
Which is what you presented us, so basically $200,000, $100,000 to finish that, $200,000 to finish that.
well, that was to add sod and irrigation. So
So if
if
we just completed with what we just did, what is it called, free?
hydro-seeded, we hydro-seeded.
So if we hydro-seed the rest of that and then maintain the erosion control, we can take down all the fencing. You may have to leave some of the erosion control features that are on the lot itself. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, so basically, if your desire is for us to hydro-seed this area, I did not bring the exact material number that we've spent to date with me today, but it did include some trucking. I want to say the trucking was in the realm of $4,200 to bring the seed, to bring the compost soil mix out. And this was compost we made ourselves, so I had to plug Wilkes Road there. And then we mobilized we drove the loader. We brought the loader over there and pulled the hydro-seeder, and we had to buy some material in terms of the mulch and the material for the hydro-seeder. But I want to say, I was it less than 10?
But we could, I guess.
Altogether, I'd have to pull those invoices.
But the question is, so if we go ahead and hydro-seed the rest of that, control the erosion, we can eliminate the fencing, eliminate all that. And
Yes.
just have, in the time period, no, I don't want to say the time period to do that. So one, we need to look at a cost for that would be one. And then, or not to exceed, we can give some direction here because we don't want to slow it down. So if there's an estimated budget that we would need to finish the hydro-seed and then, get the DEQ permit so we can remove all the fencing, as I say. My second question is, so is this still considered the same construction site that we had when we started building? So hypothetically, why couldn't we just put temporary construction site with temporary type parking that we could on a construction site and have, what is it called, crush and run out on a construction site where then we mark off for employee parking?
Those would be discussions with city staff, and I didn't get into in-depth about the length of time that temporary was considered. We talked about the fence. They wanted the temporary fence removed within the next year. I don't know if where that time frame came from. Planning department.
The city.
The city,
Okay.
yeah. So, I mean, I could ask that question, could we consider, is this still considered, we're still looking at doing a file review, is it still a construction site and this is considered construction parking?
So, County Manager, I think what the intent is, and I don't want to speak for the board, but I think what the thought is with the parking issue we continue to have because we lost 200 slots there when it was ripped up, and the pressure we continue to get to have additional parking around the courthouse, can we find a creative way, working with the city, working with the city manager, understanding that we're trying to do what's right for our downtown, to find a creative way with the existing permit that we have at a reasonable cost that we can temporarily put down crush and run or put down some type of construction parking that we limit to employees, and that opens up some of the back parking lot and frees up some of that capacity back there. We structure the parking where it's employee only and figure out a creative method by which we can use part of that or all of that for temporary parking while we continue to move forward on the economic opportunities that are there for that lot. And then whatever part is not parking, we seed the rest of it. And then get rid of the fencing. If there's a requirement for construction fencing based on the parking, then we look to have something that looks better than it looks right now. Is that a reasonable option, just thinking out of the box versus thinking straight by what the UDO says?
Well,
and this is a county manager question. I'm sorry.
Yes. I'll check with the city manager tomorrow and ask them. It was kind of guess the other lots that I've seen that are crush and run must have been grandfathered in, but if we can get an exception considered, and if they would provide some leeway, I'm all for that.
Commissioner Patel.
County Manager, could we get a SUP through the city to do that?
I'll find out for sure. I guess, let me find out tomorrow, because if we need an SUP, then we're gonna have to get on the calendar so we can take it to their board meeting so we'll get it approved. And they have it at a special time period, so I don't know if we missed the time period now and that it would delay it. So I need to get on that right ASAP.
The other question is, if there's no permanent sod going down, do you still need irrigation for the hydro seeding?
No, I mean, if we're just talking about hydro seeding, we don't need the
So that
irrigation.
60,000 would go away?
Yes.
Okay.
And if we do the hydro seeding ourselves, it's going to look like this. It's not, eventually the grass will grow in and you might not see the tire ruts, but we're not landscapers. We're.
Vice Chairman, anything else, Commissioner Miller? Vice Chairman Judge recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of the UDO, in regards, if they stated, I know you were saying it might not be grandfathered in, but if you can't use that of what Commissioner Patel is talking about, the gravel type stuff, can we find out what other perhaps material option there is from landscapers or whoever does do that work, just to find out some options? If that doesn't meet their criteria, what type of other material would temporarily meet their criteria to be able to utilize that for parking for the employees? Can we kind of look into that?
Will do.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, and you just gave me a good idea. So I've seen some surfaces before, they use like recycled tires on that they've mulched, and that's a surface I've seen in some other areas. So I know you probably have your fair share of tires down there, but that may be another material we could consider.
Okay. I think that the UDO does allow for things like pervious pavers and things like that. We can bring back some options and have some more in-depth conversation.
Great.
And in terms of the displacement of the parking, as I was reviewing previous documents, the 200 space was offset by the lease lot from the church. But there are no parking requirements in a DT1 is bottom line. So.
No, we understand there's not parking requirements, but when we have individuals employees as well as citizens trying to come to our courthouse, we have an absence of parking. So when those 200 spots were ripped up, and although we had additional parking, it didn't meet the need. And so I think it's the intent of this board is that we either identify some additional parking or we use the space that we have in a creative way to get some additional parking, even if it's for employees only, or if we can't do that, we get it grassed, we get temporary green spaces we directed 90 days ago, we get some fencing down, and we get a space that doesn't look like it does now, seeing how this project was terminated in June of last year. So I guess, County Manager, I would ask, from a sense of timeliness, what can we expect the next steps based on the discussion you heard from this board tonight?
I'm going to talk to the city manager tomorrow and see if we can get this to be a special exception and put crush and run down on it.
And so you'll follow back up with the board by email by tomorrow and give us an update, or Monday?
Yes.
Monday or tomorrow?
Hopefully tomorrow. If not, it'll be Monday.
Okay. All right, and so in parallel, are we going to work anything in parallel to continue to move forward and looking at, we'll get an answer for that or whatever that may gyrate, but do we have a parallel plan to finish seeding that out then? So if we can't put parking there, if the city won't work with us in a creative way, can we go ahead and look at the seeding of this for the rest of it so we have grass on the entire complex and get the fence down.
Yes, that's what we've been doing. It's just taking, Amanda and her staff have been doing it as they can, but I don't see any issue with that. If we don't get it from the city, we'll keep on putting down hypo seeding to make it a green space, temporary green space. And that's what we had been proceeding. That's why we were just providing an update of where we stood.
So do we think by next week by email, you can provide the board an update on the direction, if we can't get something with the city, then the direction for the green space, the timing, the cost, if we're going to do the seeding that you're talking about, and the removal of the fences and getting that back to a green space?
Yes.
If I could say something.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of the concern in establishing vegetation was the time of year we were talking about. And I had to hunt around to find wheat seed. There are some logistics, and then in terms of us getting under contract to close out the erosion control permit, working through that erosion control permit process, we're still looking another 3 to 6 months. I just want to set some realistic expectations here, because we're going to have to submit this revised plan back to.
In 3 to 6 months, we'll have an economic development plan for that piece of property, pending the other actions that are supposed to happen on that site. Okay, so 3 to 6 months if we're going to grass it.
3 to 6 months, we're going to grass it.
So we'll know next week. We can get an update on the approach for the cost to do that, and we just got a timeline to do it, 3 to 6 months. So we can get an update on that so that we can either determine whether the board's going to authorize anything or if the manager can do it at his level. But the intent is to get that site either back to a temporary green space, which is what this board directed, I think, almost 90 days ago, or now in a creative manner to find some type of parking to help alleviate the parking capacity issue we have around the courthouse. Is that board, we good with that?
Good with that.
Manager, we got direction and suspenses?
Yes, yes.
All right, we'll move to item, thank you, Ms. Lee, thank you for all your work on this, and tell your team, thank you for, I watched y'all out there doing it from Ms. Tebby's office, and it was pretty cool, y'all out there working, throwing stuff everywhere, and seeing the mulch come in, so thank you for doing that. Thank you for taking a creative approach and helping us find a solution that the board was looking for, so thank you. We'll move to item E, courthouse parking. I don't know if you have any updates on that.
No, the only update is hopefully next week we'll have the lot designated for jurors. We're going to engage the church regarding additional parking and see if they will provide additional spaces. And then just as we just presented, trying to find an option for crush and run. I'll talk to the manager tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to get beyond the special use permit and be able to put crush and run, and we'll bring that back.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we are speaking about parking and that of the jurors, is there any status update in regards to, I think we were discussing at one time, getting the special, parking passes to be put in the window for the jurors?
We're working on that. The person that handles that was out on leave sick, and we just didn't have a chance to get it squared away until recently.
Okay. So are they back now, and can we get a date on when we can?
Yes, probably be ready to have that ready within the next 2 weeks.
So by the end of this month, then that'll be prepared and ready to park?
Probably sooner.
Okay.
Probably sooner.
Vice Chairman, anything else?
No, that's about all.
All right, I think that completes item 4. Before we move to item, I'm sorry, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move without objection that we receive the monthly reports and move to 6A.
Can I'll direct it after that, but is there a second to that motion? Hearing none, any discussion on the motion? Without objection, we accept all the monthly reports as presented. Before we move on to item 6, I want to move backwards to additional item for 3A as we look at the, 3A, the Local Emergency Planning Committee. Commissioner Tyson, I'll entertain a motion on that budget amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we accept budget ordinance amendment for 3A, number 260312, and that we add the associated budget ordinance amendment as a consent agenda item on the 16th agenda.
Second.
We got a motion to approve the budget ordinance amendment associated with the local planning committee funding. Been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move forward to item 6. Commissioner request. Item A, Consolidated Human Services Agency, and I will call on Commissioner Tyson to present his request. Again, Commissioner, just as a reminder, and I know we just formalized the process for this, this is opportunities that commissioners can request an item, be moved forward. This would be additional direction to the staff in and outside their regular duties. In other words, outside strategic planning or direction that's already happening. Again, this is a way that a commissioner can enter this into the work product of the staff, and then the board is directing the resources. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Tyson. We give you kind of 5 minutes to make your pitch, and then we can deliberate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you'll see in your packets, I had asked the board clerk if she would provide some of the historical context relating to the discussions that have happened on this subject in subsequent meetings. And so you'll see that attachment in your packet for you to review. But essentially, what this policy assessment would look towards the board's appetite on whether or not we would want to explore a potential consolidated structure within our human services departments. This is authorized under North Carolina General Statute 153A77. And if you'll look, before 2012, this typically was done to only Wake, Mecklenburg counties because there was a population requirement. In 2012, the statute was modified to allow broader application. You'll see included in that packet is the list of counties that have kind of moved to this particular structure as well, and kind of who the governing board is, what the meeting structure is, how they consolidated the departments, what the data consolidation is for you to review. But we do, under that statute, if this is something that the board wanted to discuss, we would have 3 kind of options available to us to move forward with this. The traditional option, which is where we currently are, is the separate public health and social service agencies with separate governing boards. That's the current model we have. So that is one option. We just keep that model. The second option would be a consolidated human services agency, so combining 2 or more of the functions into one agency. The governance would be by appointed consolidated human services board, or it would be directly to the Board of County Commissioners to serve as that governing board. Typically, in that scenario, you would have an advisory committee, although not necessarily required. And then the last model would be strictly a commissioner controlled agency. So we would abolish 1 or 2 of the boards, assume governance. Departments would remain separate operationally, but they would report straight back to this board. So under that model, typically that director would be housed under the county manager in that model. So like I said, this had been discussed previously in 2018. There was actually a meeting that I was advised by the clerk, and she provided me some of that information. However, at that time, that current board did not want to move forward with looking at a potential consolidation. And Mr. Chairman, I would just like to note in my final kind of statement of this, before I start tasking staff or I start doing anything like that, I always want to make sure that I'm not doing anything outside the will of this board, Mr. Chairman, because I'm just one commissioner on this board. So this was the mechanism that I had for us to have this conversation. I didn't want to get ahead of everybody. This is just a discussion. I'm not looking for any action today other than if the board is interested in pursuing this and would like more research, then I would be in favor of tasking staff with that to come back and engage stakeholders and engage some of the other folks that this would affect. This is a big decision for this board, Mr. Chairman, if we do this or not. So I appreciate the board's time.
So, Commissioner Tyson, before I open it up for discussion, so your ask from this would be what?
If it's the board's appetite to take a look at one of these three models, if we could have that discussion, and I would ask at a minimum that we just ask our county manager to kind of work on an assessment of this and what this could potentially look like, and to come back to us with some options if it's the board's pleasure to kind of look at this and to research this, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Board, I'll open it up for discussion. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate his sentiments as we all have to come before with different alternatives and ideas. My thought and take on this is because this has been looked at before, as you all are aware, and some are not, for the listening audience, because I do serve as the liaison for the Public Health Board as well as the Department of Social Services, and I'm pleased to see our Director, Brenda Jackson, here today. I guess my main primary concern is because this has been looked at, just keeping it transparent for our community, back in 2014, has also been looked at back in 2018, and intensive studies was done by the government school both times, 2014, 2018, and out of fairness, since we do have 3 board members that are not here that were on the board, particularly in 2014 and 2018, when this research was provided from our staff. My understanding from that of what I've was able to be provided with, since I did request this from Director Jackson, as I felt it was my responsibility serving as the liaison, 7 to 8 months of intensive research by the North Carolina Governor's School, as well as the staff, which we commend that. And at that particular time, matter of fact, one of our former commissioners is here, Charles Evans, Commissioner Fairclough, who's not here today, Commissioner Adams, who's not here today, and Dr. Jeanette Council, all of which were serving on the board 2014 and 18. So before I could even move forward, I agree with Commissioner Tyson, this is very important. Our community is one. I know a lot of other communities are moving forward towards this type of consolidation. Many are not. And for me to be able to even consider asking the staff for a third time, although I wasn't on the board, none of us sitting here were in 2014 and 2018, I wouldn't even feel comfortable to ask for a third for the staff to even look into even more information without first making sure that our other board members, because I have some questions for them, would be privileged for such a serious discussion, since they were and determined that that's not what they felt at that time the community was in need of. And I have to be quite frank and honest, we have excellent leadership and team staff for both the Public Health Department and that of the DSS, while they're separate now. And so I guess that would be one of my concerns. We've been getting all kinds of awards for operations. The community, definitely for me to even consider wanting to ask the staff to move forward, in lieu of not trying to throw anyone on the bus, but our community was very displeased. They felt that they got thrown on the bus, and they didn't think it was transparent with the consolidation and everything that happened with the education, as we know, system that was going on. So I just want our community to feel like they can trust us. Everything's being done aboard. And also, to be quite frank and honest, I would like the opportunity for both boards, the Health Department board members, advisory board, to be able to look at this information we were provided with. Also, the Department of Social Service Board, as I'm going to be quite frank, the chairmans of both boards have reached out to me with this concern that they haven't had the opportunity. Of course, it has to come to us first. So just with all those great concerns, I know we're having a special meeting. Ms. Andre, is it the 24th, or is it that we stated when the other board members are coming back? So perhaps that might be a great time to put this on pause. Is it the 22nd or 23rd?
24th.
The 24th, when we have that special meeting at 4 o'clock. Friendly amendment that I would like, hopefully we can put this on pause at that time. Most board members will be there at that time. Also gives the other board members here opportunity to send this information to the Public Health Board for their review. Also to send it to the Department of Social Services, and to be quite honest, to give the directors of both departments an opportunity to look at the information before we do a third request of the staff. So I'm glad we are discussing this review, since it's already been done again, twice, 2014, just for the listening audience community. 2018, this is all public record. And at both times, intensive studies showed that that was just not what our community felt was best for us. And we're certainly in a better position now with our public health department and DSS as far as advancement and creativity and operational information with all the awards they've been receiving and the strict considerance. It seems to me if we're in a better state now than we were then. I'm not, I don't know if this would be a good move, and I definitely would like to hear from, out of fairness, Glenn Adams, since he was on the board at both times. Dr. Council was on the board, and also Marshall Faircloth. So if you would be open to a friendly amendment, perhaps that we can have this discussion, since you're right, it's important. I just can't feel comfortable moving forward without hearing their input, since I would like to, ask them questions to include. I haven't really had the opportunity to ask our director of the Public Health Department, nor that of the Health Department, some input that I would like to know on decisions that was made in the past of why it was denied. So just keeping a unity board open-mindedness, are you open to perhaps, before we make this type of major decision, March 24th, discussing these things at that time when board members that made these discussions will be here and available?
Vice Chairman, I think there is no major action today. The ask is for staff to, if I understand your ask, Commissioner Tyson, is for staff to review these options and bring back some feedback on these options. There's no direction. We're not going anywhere. There's nothing happening. You're just asking for research.
Right, and I respect that, but we know that the staff is completely, seriously busy, so I guess that's my input. We're discussing it, but there's three major other individuals that I would like to respectfully, they should be, I feel like, if the direction is going to be collectively, we want the staff to bring back information, and as you all had stated, this is supposed to be a board decision. I have questions. I can't even say I want to direct staff when I obviously know for a fact that there are board members that are not present in a crucial situation such as this, that are not present, that I would like to be here present to hear their input, because they may or may not want, as you stated, especially for something like this, and there's questions that only they can answer. I wasn't on the board then, and neither were any of us. So in other words, I'd like to hear their input. They might not even want this to go forth, and they can answer questions only they can ask for me, because I wasn't on the board at that time.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly respect the Vice Chairwoman's comments, and, I would add that, if it was the pleasure of the board to task staff with beginning to take a look at this, certainly we would, I'm sure we'll look to engage resources at the School of Government and things like that, since they have a history with that. But also included in that, I would imagine, if we were to ask the county manager to start having this discussion, I would imagine the county manager would engage those departments, those boards, those directors as part of his process in the thoroughness of the report he would give back to us. And then additionally to that, Mr. Chairman, any commissioner that wanted to get that additional information, I certainly plan, if this is something we're going to spend some time investigating, I certainly plan to go meet with those directors, have discussions with them, and educate myself more on this idea. So, Mr. Chairman, I respect the Vice Chairwoman's comments, but I think my original request and the spirit of that request still stands the way it is.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Patel, and then I'm going to allow a second round, and then we're going to move forward. We try to give these commissioner requests about 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So kind of looking at this and looking at some of the counties that have shifted their models, I would say my position would be, to the Vice Chairwoman's point, I do agree it has been reviewed, but if the last review is in 2018, that was pre-COVID, and after 2020, a lot of things have changed. And my personal point would be that if we were to consolidate, it would create more value and more quality outcomes for our community. So if there is an opportunity to better our community in that sense, I would like to explore and learn more about it. Thank you. That's all.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for round two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the same way we're allowed here, and of course we're giving our opinion about if we want it or don't want it, I'm just asking for 8 days. In 8 days, the same way we're going to meet on the 24th to hear discussion. I guess my concern is, again, I'm going to state it again, as of it states now, it may or may not change. We're under great leadership. We have a great Director, Brenda Jackson. No one seems to be complaining. I guess that's my concern. If my request is, just as we're discussing reasons and hearing opportunities, I, as a team collective member, I seriously would like to hear the input of Dr. Council, Commissioner Faircloth, and also that of Mr. Adams. And certainly an 8-day request, the staff certainly respectfully has enough to do that. Waiting for 8 days to hear their input just as what we're giving, I guess that's my concern. Why could we not wait before we ask staff to move forward, since again we keep saying collectively, I hear you, that when we say we, that does mean those that are not here today, is my point of view. And surely an 8-day wait to see their input, because I can't make a reasonable decision, although I'm not in favor of what I've read so far, but I would like to hear that of questions that only they can ask. And it's not like it's going to happen overnight one way or another. So I guess that's the request I'm asking of you all, an 8-day wait. We've got to meet on the 4th anyway, so I can hear their opinion on, again, we want to utilize the best time for our staff. They're certainly busy. So I'm requesting, as I stated, to have it on the agenda for the 24th when board members are available, since they have to be available anyway. And what's the difference in an 8-day wait? It's not, unless there's something going on that I don't know respectfully at DSS and Public Health Department. I guess I'm trying to figure out what would the rush be not to make sure that we include those other voices of the commissioners that aren't here. So I understand what you're saying about we want to ask the staff. They certainly are tasked and always are busy. And just as we're talking and conversating, I certainly would like to hear from my constituents that aren't here. So an 8-day wait before we ask the staff to move forward, I guess someone help me understand why that's I feel that's a reasonable request.
Commissioners, other questions or comments on this? We want to bring this to a close so that we can move on to item B. Commissioner Tyson, if you want to put your request in the form of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we direct the county manager to begin to look at the options presented under the 3 different potentials for the potential consolidated human agency proposal, and that we direct that he work with outside resources, including the School of Government, to obtain the information, and also that he engage the stakeholders in the agencies to get their feedback and input, and that come back within 30 days of today for review by the full board.
Second that.
So we've got a motion that's been seconded, a discussion on the motion. Just for my clarity, you're asking the manager to engage the school of government. What is he bringing, what is his desire to bring back in 30 days?
For his review, and if the board would like to continue to pursue this, what his recommendation would be to this board, using his staff resources and outside resources.
So he would bring back a review of these three categories, these three courses of action. He'd bring that back to the board in the April work session for review by this board to determine any further action.
That's correct.
So this is just a research,
Yes, sir.
no action.
No action other than research.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I will ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
I did have one more question.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the action, which is the action that is going to be voted on, is to take an action for research, correct? Because that is an action. That's the state that we want the staff to take their time, or at least the manager, to, I want to make sure I'm clear on that, and for the public that's listening. So we're voting on if action should be taken for direction for the staff to research information that's been done in the past, correct? To be done again in 2026. I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
I can have Commissioner Tyson restate his motion, but as I understand it, is to direct the county manager to research the three options that were available under state law as provided in the document, and bring back that research and review to this body at the April work session to determine if there's any additional action by the board.
But action of research, right? I mean,
The only action that is happening right now is research by the county manager on the three options that are available under state law, and bring that back to the board. Any other questions on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Chairman Deviere, and Commissioner Patel. Voting in opposition, Vice Chairwoman Jones.
All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to item B, airport funding. Commissioner Patel, this is your item. If you will, you've got 5 minutes to go ahead and present your item.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. And I want to thank our airport director and assistant director for staying with us this meeting. During one of our TDA meetings recently, we had the opportunity to look at expanding flight service to our area through the Fayetteville Regional Airport. And as we look from our strategic plan and goals as a board to become more of a regional hub, increase our access, I think this is a great venture. And basically what I'm asking for is $400,000 for the airport to be able to utilize in conjunction with funding that they've received from the city back in 2024. And ideally, we may be able to help get some other funding, but this would allow the airport director to, because due to FAA laws, he can't use airport dollars to create more route access. And so while there is funding requests for some grants, I think those grants are kind of coin flips, but this would allow him to negotiate for more destinations, more flights, and currently we're at about 80% supply, so our demand's fairly high. And I think long-term, when we look at this, the connectivity to the region, having more destinations, more flights, and more airlines will benefit the quality of life and the economic value of our communities. So I don't have any I can field any questions. I know Director Gall is here, if you have any questions for him.
Is there, Commissioner Patel, is there an ask? You're good, sir. I'll call you if we need you.
I would ask for $400,000, and I would ask if this could be moved to the Finance Committee to explore options to see how we can fund that request.
I'll second that motion.
Not a motion yet, Commissioner Tyson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just asked what the ask was, so I just wanted to make sure we framed it, and I'll go ahead and open it up for discussion from the board. Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
I don't have a problem with the ask, but I would just recommend that it be taken directly to the board for discussion of how much money may or may not be of that of support. I don't really see the need why it would have to go to the Finance Committee first.
A question for the attorney, legal mechanism.
We'll have to do it as an economic development project. One of the things that's seldom used is if the board finds something increases the business prospects of the county, whatever that means. Our statutory authority for airports is limited to establishing and maintaining airports and aeronautical facilities. But I think this would work under the economic development chapter. It would require a contract and the airline to commit to at least a term that it would try this. And as I understand, that's what it would do anyway. So it would fit. It would require a public hearing, but when it's set up.
So, Mr. Attorney, the way I understand it is you would say it's going to be an economic development incentive, so we'd have to have a public hearing, so we'd have to notice it, we'd have to go through those procedures. So, from a timing standpoint with an economic development, we would look at an April-May timeframe. Is that correct? Based on
I think it's
we can
a
make
10-day. I think it's just a 10-day requirement for the publication, but they just got to get it together.
And then, Commissioner Patel, is there a timing of this funding, seeing how some of it's been sitting out for a while?
Yes, I think, the director's going to engage with the airlines beginning in June. So if he's got the ammo, then he can go to the table a little bit stronger. So if that funding request could come in by April, I think that'll give us a better prospect of landing some new routes and destinations.
So what I'm understanding is then we would need the ask would be for us to direct the county manager and the attorney to create an economic development incentive in the amount of $400,000 that we move to the board in the end of the April meeting to include all the subsequent hearings and things that we need to have with the right language.
One public hearing is all it takes.
Does that sound like what we need to do? Does that cover us legally? Okay, so that's the question, is that what we want to do? So any other comments on that? And then the county manager can also probably ahead of that let us know where those dollars would come from if not freed up capacity.
It would come from freed up capacity, Jim.
There you go. All right, board, is there any other questions on this? If not, what's the will of the board? Is there a motion?
I'd like to make the motion that we move this request to the next finance committee to then go to the full board so we can determine the funding source.
Second the motion.
Discussion.
We've got a motion on the floor to move it to the finance committee. The county manager has identified the funding source, but that's fine. Vice Chairman Jones, go ahead.
I guess that's my discussion. I don't understand why is it going to the Finance Committee when it's already been stated clearly what needs to be done by the attorney, and it's already been clearly stated where the fundings are coming from. So it seems to me $400,000, the manager's already stated where it will come from, and the attorney's already given direction of how it needs to be placed. So therefore, I can be in support of it, but I don't feel it needs to go through a finance committee when both of those two, the attorney has already stated and the manager where it's coming from, and the ask is $400,000. So I don't know why the full board, it can't just go directly through where it needs to go to the full board and have it voted on.
So would you offer a friendly amendment to move it to the agenda session and then to the full board in April?
Absolutely. I'm offering that friendly amendment.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
All right, so we got a,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I can have one comment on that. The contract, once it was drafted, would have to come to finance anyway. So if we're looking to try to move this faster and that's the intent, if the contracts by our rules of procedure, those contracts that affect appropriations go to finance. So we could have a recommendation back to the board faster by moving it through that process. That would be my only, I mean, I don't care either way, I just wanted to issue that as a comment.
except if there's another friendly amendment that exception of policy to move this straight to the agenda session and straight to the.
For the contract. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make that as a point of order.
Does somebody want to offer that as a
I
friendly?
offer that as a friendly amendment. Yes, sir.
I'll accept it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that motion? So we have a motion to authorize an economic development incentive in the amount of $400,000 for whatever the airport activity, with an exception of policy to move it back to the agenda session in April for movement to the board at the last meeting in April. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we'll go ahead and, at this point, I'm going to ask if we need to take any recess. I think we've got a quick closed session, so if we can just keep moving unless somebody has an issue with that. Hearing none, and just to clarify, closed session is attorney-client and real property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Everybody good? Can we keep moving?
Yep.
All right. This time I entertain a motion, Vice Chairman Jones.
Yes, I move that we go into closed session for attorney-client matters pursuant to the NCGS 1-43-30811A3. Also that of client privilege for real property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-31811A5C.
Second the motion.
Got a motion to go into closed session for attorney-client privilege and real property acquisition. Has been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we're in closed session. If we'll secure the room.
3.
This time I'll go ahead and call on Vice Chairwoman Jones for a motion.
Yes, motion to come out of closed session for attorney-client matters pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A3, and also real estate property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5.
Second.
Got a motion to come out of closed session. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And at this time, there are no actions for the board to address coming out of closed sessions, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. We've got a motion to adjourn. It's properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we're adjourned.